When I was 5, my parents took me to a botanical garden an hour's drive from Vienna. Right in the middle of it, there was a fenced-off cave. 20 years later, I still remember it vividly. Because a witch dwelled there. My dad laughed and said my imagination was playing tricks on me. My witch was just a shadow. But no matter what he said, I would not be convinced. The cave was special. When I was a kid, every new place we went to was special. Everything had this wild sense of mystery and adventure. I miss that.
So, first time Slayer, or have you stayed with us before?
Lately, nothing in my life has felt particularly adventurous. Long days at the office, bleeding into one another. Short weekends spent on the couch, doing nothing but recovering from work stress.
If this is your first time, you must see our spa. Recently reopened.
That's going to change here. There's no place in the world more special than Hinterberg. "25 magical dungeons, right in the middle of the Alps. The media called it an elaborate hoax at first, then a mass hallucination. But here we are, and this is real. This is where I'll be staying for the next few weeks. This is where I don't have to be a junior at a law firm for a little while. I should go check in." The air inside the guest house smells of heavy wood. There's a hint of fur-scented air freshener. I'm instantly taken back to every skiing holiday I've had as a kid.
Welcome to Hinterberg, Fräulein.
Louisa Dorfer.
Ha, of course. Room 102.
My phone doesn't get any reception here. Will it work in my room?
Ah, you did get the brochure, right? There's no cell reception around Hinterberg. No internet either, I'm afraid. A side effect of the magic.
Good. I won't be reading my work emails here.
We're still preparing your room, Fräulein Dorfer. Should be about another half hour.
Actually, I can't wait to get out there and start slaying monsters. What's a good place to go?
Oh, very well. Let me phone Klaus. He's our resident trainer. He'll take you to our beginner's dungeon.
That sounds great.
Let me call tourist info. I'll have this sorted for you in a minute. Klaus will be waiting for you at tourist info. Let me mark his location on your map for you. The fastest way is through there. Just takes the path to the right. You'll be there in no time. Nice of Klaus to make an appointment on such short notice. Have a lovely stay, Fräulein. Fräulein Louisa, right? How do you do? I'm Klaus.
Klaus Hornbacher. About as famous as an alpinist gets. Used to have a TV segment on underappreciated hiking trails. Nice to meet you. Can we get started?
All right. We're going to take it nice and slow today, okay? I'll be right behind you, but I need you alert and aware of your surroundings. No matter what they say in the brochure, this is a dangerous spot. Are we clear on that?
Crystal.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Our first dungeon is on Empress Sisi Promenade. There's going to be a couple of monsters before we get to the portal. Ready to go in? Listen, these kobolds will attack you as soon as you get close enough. I'll be here spotting you. Any questions?
What exactly are these monsters? Are they intelligent?
Fascinating, aren't they? They always make me think of creatures from old fairy tales. The government ran all kinds of studies and experiments when they first appeared. They possess a crude intelligence, but no emotions and no memory whatsoever. They're not sentient, if that's what you're asking.
I'm ready.
Good. Let's see how you handle a sword. Nicely done. It's good to see you can handle yourself. Let's move on, alright? See these blobs of goo? These refill your health. Hit them with your sword. You'll feel the effects immediately. Word of advice. Most first-timers just keep wailing on these creatures until they plop. Try practicing your dodge while you fight them. It'll be useful down the road. A well-timed dodge keeps you out of the hospital. Very good, Louisa. A lot of new slayers forget how important these basics are once they learn their first magic spells. But your physical attacks and dodging monster attacks will always be essential. Keep practicing them. Will you look at that? A treasure chest.
What a random spot.
I know, isn't it? What are you waiting for? Go on, open it. Not bad. 500 Hinterbucks.
Hinterbucks? You don't use euros here?
Not for potions, slaying gear and such. Mayor Wagner has introduced her own currency to level the playing field for all adventurers who stay with us. Don't worry, the restaurants still happily take credit cards. Let's move on. The dungeon is right around the corner. This is it. Your first dungeon portal. I'll go in right behind you. You've got your dungeon stamp book, right? Your goal is to reach the exit and get your stamp. I can't stress this enough. Once you reach the exit, get your book stamped. The exit portal won't activate until you do. Any questions?
What are these portals like? Are they safe?
You'll feel a searing heat as they teleport you in and out of the dungeon. It's normal. You get used to it. If you're asking about long-term side effects, there aren't any studies. You can still turn back if you'd rather.
I'm not turning back. I'm going in.
Alright, once you're through, I'll go as well.
An otherworldly heat emanates from the portal. Am I really ready to do this? This is something else, all right. To think that just yesterday I was sitting at my office desk wanting so much to be somewhere different. Be someone different. This is as different as it could ever get. Is Klaus still coming? It's been a while now. Maybe I should just go have a look around on my own.
Louisa, here. You alright? The dungeon looks different from normal. The portal didn't spit me out in the usual place either. You be careful, okay? I'll try to meet with you further up ahead. Over here. Still haven't found a way to get down to you. There's a couple of jumps ahead, but you'll be able to handle those, no problem. Did you feel that? The ground shaking? This doesn't feel right. We should press on. Be careful, okay? Hey, over here! I can't get to you from here. You have to make it on your own. Hurry, okay? I don't like these earthquakes one bit. Louisa! Get moving right now! Snap out of it! The whole place is coming down! Go, go, go! Your stamp book! The dungeon won't let you out without the stamp! Give me your stamp book, now! Goodness, Fraulein, you gave us all quite the scare. Where am I? Your room. Klaus brought you here after the earthquake. Brought the doctor as well. She gave you a good check, but said you'd be fine. I let you get settled in, Fraulein. Do call reception if there's anything you need. And in local news, a minor earthquake was registered in the village of Hinterberg this afternoon. Hinterberg is well known as a hotspot of magic ever since its 25 dungeons appeared just over 3 years ago. Mayor Karen Wagner gave the following statement earlier tonight. My experts have assessed the situation, and everything is fine. Really? The ground shook a little, sure. Unusual things happen in Hinterberg every day. We're restricting access to some of our dungeons while we assess the situation, but so far, it appears there's no property damage and nobody got hurt. There's no way I'm going to sleep tonight. I close my eyes and I see the ground crumbling beneath me, and I'm running for my life. I need a drink. I need a train ticket. And I need to work at a law firm and be a normal person. The evening air is nice and fresh. The wind carries the roaring songs of drunk adventurers. How can they go straight from mortal danger to partying is beyond me. Rough first day? You could say so. I've seen your stare on a dozen first-timers. Always the same thing. This was a mistake. It was. How is any of this even legal? It brings in the big bucks. That's how. You don't mind if I sit? So, you were in the dungeon right when the earthquake hit? Wow, talk about a bad first day. The whole dungeon came crumbling down. I don't think I've ever been so scared. Yeah, I was up on Dobrkogel. It was quite a shake. So you're not the type who thinks they're invincible. And you don't look like someone who does this kind of thing for social media clout. What exactly did you think you were going to find here? Do you ever feel like you've been doing this smart thing all your life and it's been getting you nowhere? Can't say that's me. Me, I just kept hearing about this place and thought, this is a big deal. They can turn it into a theme park all they like, but magic in our lifetime? That's huge. I want to be where huge things happen. Look, tomorrow you're going to learn your first spells. Do at least that before you go home.
There's something primal about engaging with magic. It centers you. No offense, but it looks like you can use some centering. Give it another day or two. Believe me, you're missing out if you don't. I slept deeply tonight. Deeper than in a long time. Usually my dreams are about me being me. Me at university. Me at the office. Me listening to my flatmate Carol going on about her day. Tonight, I didn't dream at all. I was just not there. I feel so rested. I booked this. I paid for it. Some part of me thought I needed it. I'm going to listen to this part of me for a change. See what comes of it. Well, look who hasn't packed her bags yet. I decided I'm not going back to being a lawyer for a little longer. Glad to hear it. There's a dungeon up on Doberkogel that's perfect for first-time spellcasting. Let me mark it on your map. Take the cable car up to the mountain. Then it's a short hike. Couple monsters, a few puzzles, nothing you can't handle. You'll let me know how it goes, yeah? Well met, Slayer. Welcome to Doberkogel, where the Taitzelworm burrows. What are you doing here? Teaching the kids to become real pros. You know, never too soon to start training. People take their families here? I know, isn't it great? Fresh mountain air, physical exercise, and the little ones get so excited when they see it perched. Wait, is this your first day? It's my first day out here. I did the beginner dungeon yesterday. Whoa! So you haven't done any spell casting yet? This is so exciting! You have to head down that trail. It's really just a short hike until the skill shrine. A skill shrine? What's that? It's where you get your powers for the area. Real life magic powers. Hey, if this is your first day up here, let me give you a couple of my health potions. I'll be working all day anyway. Have fun. Yeah? This is going to be so cool. Perkt, Pitzel, Nix, Blatschink. Bless you. Oh, and you, my friend. Bless you too. Pitzel, Perkt, Hobanagoas. This is the skill shrine, right? I was told I'd get some magic spells somewhere around here. It most certainly is. So what exactly are you doing here? Prodding the shrine. Prodding? It's what we do in science when we don't quite have the faintest idea what's going on. The monsters here all take the shape of alpine mythological creatures. So I'm shouting their names at the top of my lungs to see if that does anything at all. Can you tell me more about these shrines? What do they do? Yeah, the shrines, they are points of convergence. Nexuses where the conduits of magical energy run together and give people spells and whatnot. The spells are different in every area around Hinterberg, and they only work in the area where you receive them. This shrine, for instance, it will give you magic spells that you can only use on Doberkogel. So, how exactly do I pick up spells from this thing? Oh, that part is quite simple. You'll want to position yourself 2 to 3 meters from the shrine. You gaze at it deeply, as you would into an abyss. You focus, and then it just happens. That's it? It just... Yes, it just happens. Now, I suggest you explore your new magic skills. Prod them, if you will. They might be useful in ways you would never expect. You seem to have this all figured out. Want to come with and join me in the dungeon? Heavens no. My studies aren't nearly advanced enough to attempt a dungeon. So, how was it? It was tough, but I felt like I was in control most of the time. I actually think I can handle this. And the spell casting? My skin is still tingling. I hope the feeling won't go away anytime soon. I've never felt so focused. Like every piece of me did exactly what I was supposed to be doing. I know. It's something else, huh? Yeah, it is. Are you going to explore the village tonight? I'll take a stroll. It's about time I have a look around. If I know Hinterberg, you've met a few people by now. Go have a look around. See if you run into any of them. It's not just that a place like Hinterberg attracts lots of people you wouldn't normally meet. A lot of them will also help you out in many ways, if you spend time with them. I've seen the big journal sticking out of your backpack. Give me that for a second, will you? There. I added some notes on different folks around here, and how they might be helpful to you. That's how you think about making friends? How they can be helpful to you? Nah, it's not. Much better to hang out with whoever you find interesting. There's so many interesting people here. Way more than you can fit in one vacation. The notes are just there in case you're ever undecided or stuck. Do with them what you will. One more thing. The shops around here don't stay open all night. You should make sure to get your shopping done before you go out and party. There's a pharmacy down near Main Square. They're handing out free potions today. Here, let me mark it on your map. I gotta run. Catch up again soon, okay?
B4.
Miss, C3.
Miss, wait, hit.
B4, you just said that. David, you just said that. What are you two doing? What does it look like? Like you're playing a board game. Like you're playing a board game with spellcasting. That's so cool. Oh, it's spellcasting. I thought she had like a holographic display. You know there's no cell reception in Hinterberg, right? What with the magic interference? David can't play his online games, okay? Can you, like, mind your own business now? The shops are going to close soon. Do I have everything I need for tomorrow? Well, I don't have that much money, so let's say yes. Local kids. Growing up in a place like this must be something else. Hearing their stories would increase my familiarity with Hinterberg. Give them a gift. I don't know these two very well yet. I should probably hang out with them at least once before giving them a gift. Yeah. Let's spend time with them. You mind if I sit and watch? Sure. I hope it's going to be more than just that. Do you always just poke your nose into other people's business like that? I just thought it's really cool that you're using magic to play your game. Look, if you mind, I'll go away. Nah, it's cool. It's not like we get any privacy anyway, and David keeps trying to sink his own ships for fun. So, you're the kind of weirdo who thinks their vacation will be more authentic if they hang out with the locals. Is that it? Busted. Yeah, I thought so. Don't sweat it. You're not even the first this week.
You, got any questions or something?
It's been like 3 years since all the tourists arrived, right? What's it been like since then? You want to take a wild guess?
Excuse me.
Closest public bathroom is over on Dorfgasse.
Right on. We had tourists here before magic as well. Hiking and skiing mostly.
Right, except now it's 10 times more. And they all think we're on tour guide duty. Like, go and do your dungeon thing, but this is a place where people live. What's living with magic like? You mean, what's it like being a teenager without a cell phone because there's no reception anymore? It couldn't be more exciting.
Yeah, that part sucks. Anything else?
You ever go sleighing yourselves? No, thank you.
I like taking hikes sometimes, though. Watch the monsters, you know? Plus, casting spells is kind of sweet.
Whatever. That's all I got. Thanks, you two. So, did we enlighten your Hinterberg experience? Make it more magical? Yeah, a little. I couldn't help but wonder what living here is like. Sorry if I intruded. That's alright.
If you want to pay us back, you can just stay and referee our game. I think Thea is cheating.
I can't wait to get into bed. Today was exhausting. Oh, too bad, because there's a select here. Teresa left a book in my room. The Slayer's Guide to Hinterberg. I wouldn't mind staying up a little longer and doing some reading. Oh, book is, they've got it as like an add-on. You can get the digital PDF of it as a DLC. But I just arrived here. I really don't want to be tired tomorrow. Okay. An old TV with basic cable. I wouldn't mind staying up a little longer and watching something trashy. Nothing like a nice, slow vacation breakfast. Even if it's as simple as a buttered bread roll. It's probably a hard roll too, considering where she is.
Hey, do you mind if I sit with you for a minute?
Sure, Klaus.
I just wanted to check in on you. I've been racking my brain over what happened the other day.
Klaus seems really distressed. Weird to have that moment with someone I used to watch on TV. Takes him a while to speak, and then he still doesn't know quite what to say.
You know, 3 years ago when this whole thing started, I thought we were at the center of something big. Not as in money, or visitors, or any of that. I remember when I first spotted what we call a monster. A whole new world opened up for us to explore. And just a short while later, we're funneling dozens of adventurers into these strange new places every day. Dangers be damned. I wasn't keen on this job. When the mayor offered it, I thought, better me than someone else.
Don't make this about you. I signed up for this. It wasn't your fault.
I've been sleeping. What happened to you was on my watch. On me.
I wouldn't have made it out without you.
I'm glad you're alright, Louisa. I really am. The earthquake left quite a mess behind, more than they'll admit to the public. Except for Doberkogel, the dungeons are currently blocked off. But repairs are underway, and they won't let their golden goose limp for long. Thanks for hearing me out. And I have something for you, if you're staying. It's an old emergency pager, built to get a signal through an avalanche. Even gets through the magical interference around here. You ever want to get out of a dungeon midway, use this. I'll have someone get you back to the village immediately. Come visit me down at Tourist Info sometime. It'd be nice to see how you're doing.
Oh yeah, I've been to that dungeon too. Well, to the entrance part, where there's 3 doors and you have to cast the wrecking ball? Had to give up after that. I forgot the time and my shift was starting. Good thing I had one of these pagers that can get you out of a dungeon. Getting back up that ladder would have been a pickle. There's a miner's widow guarding the exit, right? Did you encounter her?
The floating monster that casts whirlwinds and summons rocks? Yeah, I met that.
Tough, huh? Bet you had tons of charms equipped to beat her.
What's a charm?
You don't know about charms? OMG! They're magic trinkets. You carry them close to your heart, like in your backpack, or in a fanny pack. Charms give you different powers. I got one that creates a little explosion when I slay an enemy. But my favorites are these 2. Here, take them. I've got spares.
Physical attack boost, perfect dodge, slowdown.
Some people make a whole science out of charms. Me, I just try out whatever feels like fun, or whatever gives my axe blows that extra oomph. So, you got a plan for which dungeon you're going to tackle today?
You got any tips?
Ha! You could try hiking up to the top of the mountain. The peak itself is very dangerous. But just before the peak, there's this little labyrinth of mountain pines. There's a good one if you make it through that. If you do explore the mountains, just remember, if an encounter is too tough, you can always go somewhere else and come back later. They've put up some signs to mark dangerous places, but I'd say just go with your instinct. I'll be at Kittyland, by the station. Stop by any time if you want some pointers.
Does that advance my relationship status with you so I can get more perks? This is what I came here for. Out here, it feels like Vienna is a million miles away. I should go explore, find a dungeon, or just find myself a scenic spot to tune out and let the afternoon go by. I can always ask Marina if I don't know where to go next. You have a special eye. These stones are as pure as an Australian night sky. Thank you for them. Dearly. Pleasure, love. Hannah's the one who gives me attack conduits. Louisa, over here. This is the friend you were talking about? You should meet Hannah. She runs a boutique smithy down by Tourist Info. It's mostly a magic workshop these days. Let me see your hands. Awfully demanding, aren't you? Magic runs deep in your heart lines. You have a strong will. Good for you. Some aloe should help with the chafing. Dungeons are rough places. So, you got a slot open? Teach her the basics? Teach me the basics? Yes, tonight. It must be tonight. Tomorrow is Mom's birthday, and I've got a group of Korean tourists on Friday. I'm down by the lake. I will mark the location on your map. Cool. Over there. Hello, Hannah. What exactly is she going to teach me? You'll see. You're going to like it. Hannah is usually booked out. Nice of her to make an exception. You should head down to the lake, next to Tourist Info. Don't keep her waiting, yeah? You can thank me later. Are you ready now? It's getting late.
Yeah. Let's go. I still don't have a clue what this is about. You will in a moment. Come. There are 3 realms that touch when slaying. The magical, monsters, spells. The human element, the slayer and her ferocious spirit. And the physical, broadswords, armor, cold matter. Magic, human, physical. People think of these domains in one-way connections. The slayer uses a sword. The sword strikes the monster. My work is about the bigger picture, and the smaller. Here, hold this. I will hold your blade, Tornado. A rock? Quartz, but the material is unimportant. What's important is that you hold it and focus. See? One day, a beam of sunlight refracted through a monster's skin just the right way. It touched this little trinket here, imbuing the physical with a magical flavor. Now a slayer comes along, adds the human element, adds a little bit of their own magic, and presto! Is something supposed to happen? Focus! Okay, that's really big. Really long. See now? I call these trinkets attack conduits. Happy little accidents, aren't they? They channel mental energy into powerful spells. Try this one next. Yes, it's an old candy wrapper. A kobold king used to wear it like a brooch, for it is very shiny. Destructive leap. I like that one better. Beautiful. You'll find that it takes a lot of focus to trigger an attack conduit. Allow yourself time to recharge. Your capacity for channeling them will grow over time. These 2 conduits are yours to keep as a token of our bond. Come again in a couple of days, will you? There's more I can show you. Yay! Perks, perks, perks! You learned about attack conduits. Good morning. Does the Fraulein sleep well? Yeah, slept like a groundhog. I do hope you have an appetite like one as well. I hear the repairs in Hinterberg are going well. They say public access to the area should be restored by tomorrow. It's just in time for the Onion Festival. That's going to be the day after. Mark it on your calendars. I think I have other plans that evening. What on earth could those be? The whole village is going to be on Main Square. I wonder if they'll finally reveal the new fountain on the Main Square. That old thing sure needed a fresh coat of paint. I'll leave you to your breakfast. I'm sure you two have a long day of sleighing planned out. So, they're almost done with their repairs in Hinterwald? They sure work fast around here. I've seen the damage that earthquake did there. It's nothing to laugh at. Bet they've had their people work overtime on the repairs. The dungeons are their main source of income. Right. From what I hear, at least they pay their workers accordingly. As they should. The monsters in Hinterwald can be pretty tough. Imagine having to look over your shoulder all the time while you're knee-deep in construction work. I've got some gear I haven't been using. Been thinking it might help you. Oh! Wasn't the Wave Striker the sword that I wanted? Maybe it was a higher level. Listen, If you're the kind of slaver who searches every nook and cranny for an extra treasure chest, you might not even need all this stuff. Same thing goes if you've been to Gear and More and bought yourself something good. I bought myself some good armor. If so, that's cool. Just sell the gear and buy yourself an extra potion. You'll need it down the line, love. But have a look at what you're carrying. If any of this could give you an edge, be sure to equip it. Greetings, hero! Yes, welcome! Get ready to taste my blade, you monstrosities! Not so fast! Not so fast! We have a proposition to make. We are the real monsters of Hinterberg. The realist. And we have a quest for a hero such as yourself. Uh-huh. What's the quest? You see, we are collecting parts of our fallen brethren. For our club. For magical purposes which we shall not discuss with a creature of flesh. But we have hinterbucks, hero. Bucket loads of them. But also, rewards! Yes, rewards! We are creatures of magic. We shall increase your power in ways of which you have not dared to dream in the wildest of part of your dreams. If you give us monster parts, give us now. Silence! Yes, if you collect monster parts, bring them to us. We shall reward you very handsomely indeed. I'm Friends of the Monster Club. My first reward shall be... Sell us 100 monster parts, and we will give you a large HP potion. I'll spend the afternoon here. I'm assuming there's no penalty for, like, advancing time. It's peaceful up here. Should have done this a long time ago. Know where I have to be. Nobody who needs anything. Nothing of consequence going on. Just me, somewhere in the middle of the mountains, watching the afternoon go by. I feel so much lighter up here. Like the parts of me that are never satisfied with myself have just gone quiet for a while, and I can be free. And just spend a few hours taking in the view, doing absolutely nothing. How was adventuring today? Slay anything big? Turns out slaying monsters is a ton of fun. Okay, I did kill like 4 or 5 monsters. Sure is. Like popping bubble wrap. Interesting comparison. It's good to see you loosening up, Louisa. Seriously. I'm glad I stayed. Thanks for talking me into it. So, what made you so hell-bent on getting out of Vienna in the first place? No one thing in particular. You know, it took me about 1 week of working at a law firm to figure out that I hate being a lawyer. But more than that, I realized I hate that I'm that kind of person. The kind that had her whole life planned out, always thinking it'd take just a few tough years to get to the good parts. My entire life, it always felt clear what the smart next thing to do was, or what steps would lead there. If there's always a next step that's not far off to reach, you don't think much about whether or not you're even on the right path. You don't risk taking on an unknown turn if you're constantly tired from just moving straight ahead. And then there's my flatmate, Carol, one of my oldest friends. Glamorous, glitzy Carol, always leaving her dishes in the sink. She recently started hinting that it's time I got my own place, so her boyfriend can move in. I'm the one who looked at a dozen flats before I found the place. I feel like I've kept delaying every liberty other people take in their 20s to focus on getting ahead. And now my friends are starting to settle down, and I've just been going nowhere. When I was a kid, something as simple as exploring a forest was a magical experience. I feel like I just stopped having new experiences. Like everything I do and every connection I make just feels like more of the same routine. Wow. How about you? Who are you when you're not fighting mythical creatures? You know what? Who cares? We're here now. We get to decide who we are. Right now, I'm a person on holiday. Maybe I should get to know that person. We could get along. Are you going to put Louisa in your notebook? See, this place gives us a chance to do extraordinary things every single day. You want to get out of your rut? This is your chance. Go tune in to the weirdness around you. Go out tonight and make a new friend. Live a different life for a while. That's what vacations are for. We'll talk soon, alright? Don't play coy, Julian. It doesn't work. Stop sending your employees to my shop. I'm not training them. Hannah, I didn't send the guy, okay? Business is fine. I'm not looking to expand into new markets. Like I haven't heard that one before. Just go. Can you believe the nerve? They opened their big fat superstore next to my smithy. They forced me out of crafting my gear. I was pouring my soul into every blade. So instead, I'm improving their shovelware now. And they have the gall to try and steal my trade secrets. Wow, that's unfair. So what are you going to do? You know the saying that living well is the best revenge? It's all I can do, really. But I'll be fine. My customers know I can do things that nobody else can. There's a sense of sadness in her voice. I'm free tonight, Louisa. Come, let's have a look at that sword of yours. I'll brew us some herbal tea. I thought it was your mother's birthday tonight. The shops are going to close soon. Do I have everything I need for tomorrow? Yeah, I think so. Hannah wants to show me how to upgrade my sword. Sweet, already? This could take all evening. Alright, Hannah. Show me how to enchant my sword. Or tell me about it. You remember our talk about the physical, the magical, and the human domains, yes? If you want to forge a weapon for true slayers, you need an understanding of how they connect. The corporations that manufacture your gear, they all have the same notion. Humans wield swords, swords hit kobolds. Materialistic and pitifully simplistic. My sword was made in Shenzhen. That's very far from the next dungeon. Precisely. What these store-bought weapons lack is the magical element. This here is a basic sword enchantment. A fragment of the horn of a Hobanagoas. Wicked creatures. We'll use it to connect the magical realm to the sword and the slayer. This particular enchantment will slightly raise your sword's damage. Many of the swords you find have extra slots. Attachment points that the manufacturer wants to use for future upgrades. Now, go through your equipment and pick a sword with a slot. I will add the enchantment. Don't worry, the operation is reversible. Oh, let's do the Wave Striker. Magical attack. I want physical attack. Yes, this turned out quite beautifully. There's something special about taking a mass-produced item and adding your own touch, isn't there? Come to me if you find other enchantments, or if you want to enchant a different weapon. My service is free. I keep a small stock of select enchantments in my store. If you want to support independent smithery, I'd love to buy another enchantment from you and then put it on my sword, but I get the feeling you're about to kick me back to my room. I learned about sword enchantments. Oh, I am now a buddy with Hannah. Until next time, my friend. I'm beat. I should go to bed. Teresa is definitely a morning person, but she's even more chipper than usual today. Good morning, Fraulein! Tomorrow is the night of the Onion Festival. Isn't that exciting? I wonder who will be our Onion Queens this year. How does one become Onion Queen? Can anyone apply? If you're looking to put yourself up, I'm afraid the competition will be fierce. Oh, I almost forgot. Did you hear they restored public transport to the Hinterberg area? Brudelsumpf and Kumstein are still off limits, I'm afraid. That earthquake must have really done a number there. But still, so many new dungeons to explore. Have you thought about where you're going today? You rat! You meddling rat! You're responsible for this. This is a courtesy visit, Hannah. I just came to deliver a friendly heads up. I don't even know anybody in the zoning department. You run a business out of a residential building. Don't blame me. I told you, you need to get your papers fixed. What's going on here? She's shooting the messenger, that's all. This isn't 3 years ago. Things are getting more professional. If you can't deal with it, maybe don't burn your bridges, okay? I'll always have an open door for you, Hannah. You could do well for yourself at Gear and More. Standing offer. I don't. Look, can I help you with anything? I think they're going to close down my shop. Hey again. Wait, I totally thought you were a day tourist. Nope, staying here for the whole 25. 25 what? If it was 24, that'd be 24 hours. Good. Day tourists are the worst. They roll in on a bus, usually with a tour guide, armed with a shotgun. They snap a few pictures in a dungeon, then it's on to Hallstatt or Salzburg or whatever. No revenue for the village. No real interest in the place they visit. Might as well stay at the airport and buy a postcard. So, shouldn't you be doing like a hot yoga session at your hotel or something? I got nowhere to be tonight. Mind if I hang? If that's how you want to spend your time. So, what's the deal with this construction site? Looks kind of abandoned. What, you don't like it? I think it's super charming. Welcome to Hinterberg. Enjoy your sleigh. What's the story behind it? Why would you want to know a thing like that? Louisa just wants to get her money's worth, David. Really experience our village. Warts and all. This was supposed to be another grand hotel. Some big shot foreign investor bought up this prima land 3 years ago. Wanted to cash in on the sleighing craze. We had construction noise from morning to evening for about 6 months. Until one day it just stopped. The guy went totally radio silent. Nobody can even reach him. And now you have this ugly ruin standing around and nobody can do anything about it? Yep. Just think of it as a big piece of modern art titled, How We're Selling Out Our Village. There's been initiatives to disown the investor and take back the land. But Mayor Wagner has been sitting on that. She probably got some sweet kickbacks from the deal. Hey, don't talk about Karen like that. She's doing all she can. David's family is really cozy with all the big fish here, you know? I'm not my family. Sure, you just happen to share all their super capitalistic views. What? You're just going to sit there while the two of us argue? If the mayor wanted to take back this lot and finish construction, she'd probably have legal ground. Thea is right. This story smells. See, I told you, this lady knows her stuff. She's kind of cool, isn't she? Let's give her the key I found. It's not like we ever use it. Fine. Hey, you're all right, lady. Here, take this as a token of our inevitably short-lived acquaintance. May it help you on your quest, or whatever. I wake up in the middle of the night. The ground is shaking. Lights are flickering. Is this another earthquake? Slayers, don't panic. There's no cause for alarm. We just got word from the mayor's office. Our seismologists have determined there is absolutely no reason for concern. We experienced a minor aftershock from the earthquake a few days back. Our dungeons will continue to operate normally. Have a magical night, everyone. Get some rest for tomorrow's adventures. The weird thing is, I'm not scared. Should I be? It was a minor aftershock. By now, I've been in much greater danger in the dungeons. I try to shrug it off, and I'm surprised it's working. Another earthquake last night. Everything all right with you? It's the first time I'm even thinking of it this morning. Yeah, I'm all right. I wasn't right in the middle of a dungeon this time, you know? Funny how all this becomes so normal after a while, huh? So, how long have you been in Hinterberg, anyway? Couple of months? I don't really have to be anywhere right now, so this seemed like a good place to set up camp. Hey, you're going to the thing tonight, yeah? The Onion Festival? It's a festival about onions. Of course I'll go. And not going won't be much of an option anyway. The whole village is going to be on the main square. You and I, we should meet up and go together. Come find me tonight when you're ready. Hey, are you two all right? Don't worry, we're fine. I'm so glad to hear that. I was really worried about you, Louisa, after what you went through. Listen, they restored access to the Comstein glaciers this morning. A word of caution, some of the dungeons there are advanced. I hear they have some new gear down at Gear and More. Might be a good idea to go shopping this evening and go up to Comstein tomorrow? If you do go up there, don't forget the pager I gave you. If you ever feel like you've hit your limit, use it. I'll have someone get you out of the dungeon immediately. And if you're ever free in the evening, stop by at Tourist Info. I'd love to chat with you. Comstein, huh? Hope you packed warm underwear. There you are. I think the mayor is about to start her speech. Stick with me? It's starting to get crowded. This is tonight's main event. If I need to do any shopping this evening, I should be quick about it. I don't know of anything to buy that I have money for, so... This evening is probably going to increase my familiarity. I need amusement. Oh no, now I have a new voice for the mayor. Does she even have an accent? Good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you, my friends. What a crowd. What a turnout. Wow. And a warm welcome to all our international guests. These folks sure traveled a long way just to appreciate the humble onion. I think a round of applause is in order. No one claps, huh? Do you folks know how many onions it takes to change a light bulb? All right, this is easy. She's got a stand-up comedian voice. At least an entire bag. And even then, it's not guaranteed to work. Huh? Was that supposed to be funny? Aren't politicians supposed to be good at public speaking? You know, I like to think Hinterberg has a lot in common with the onion. We have many layers. We're firmly rooted in fertile soil, and we might just become a staple diet all over the world. So I'm excited to announce that I have struck a deal with Streamcoin. 2 seasons of their hit show Slayers will be filmed right here in Hinterberg. But that's not all, folks. Hinterberg Capital has agreed to support my initiative to reopen all Comstein dungeons. Now that the Comstein cable car is running again, I've hired 6 new bus drivers to take you there. Tell your friends, these are big buses, and we have room for everybody. I don't know about you, but I'm on vacation to experience new things. I've got plenty of politicians back home, and they all sound like this. Let's scram. Yeah, I'm tired of doing her voice. I'm afraid I'm... sure, drinks? One more thing! I know you've all been dying to know how the renovations of our old fountain have been going. Okay, maybe 2 more minutes. And friends, it's been killing me that we had to keep so hush-hush about it. Well, no longer. On this glorious Onion Festival evening, I'm just so excited to finally unveil the new centerpiece of Hinterberg. A fountain for the ages. Holy wow. The gold hair. You're all seeing it too, right? It's a bit much, isn't it? And we officially have the ugliest main square in the country. Can anyone please explain what's happening? This isn't supposed to be permanent, is it? I need a drink. You'll come with me, and I'm not going to hear a no. Nope. Back here, huh? So here's to the humble onion. Cheers, love. That wasn't really much of a festival. I was expecting an RPG thing where I could walk around and talk to people and maybe do some minigames. Let's drink to opportunities for hanging out. Like really terrible festivals. Hey, you're actually the only Austrian I really know. Answer me this. You think any of what we experience here is the real deal? Like, am I learning anything about life here around here at all? Or is this just one big amusement park ride? Of course you're learning about life around here. Have you seen the shocked faces of the locals? They're not faking it, that's for sure. You know, I've been to Greek tourist traps and to Italian and Spanish tourist traps. And sure, they all sell you the same pool mattress. But they all have their own distinct flair as well. You wouldn't mistake one place for the other. So yeah, you're probably not getting the real deal, whatever that may be. But you'll be taking something home that's unique to this place, anyway. Good enough for me. Cheers to uniquely local ways of selling out old festivals. It feels nice to hang out here with Alex. Feels good to know that I'm not alone on this wild ride. To know that every day I'm growing, and I'm adjusting to all this is a bit better. Teresa left a book on my table, The Slayer's Guide to Hinterberg. I could stay out longer tonight and read a little. Or watch a bit of TV. Or I could do the responsible thing and just go to bed. A reality show is running. Young, good-looking contestants seem to be stranded on an island together. Do you have any idea how bad it feels to always be picked last? No one here likes me. Calm down, Erica. It was a banana picking challenge and everyone knows you can't climb. Wow. I don't know if I would find that amusing. Oof, I'm really getting sleepy. So tell me, when you're on vacation, you the type who keeps her stuff in the suitcase? Or do you unpack and put it in your room's drawers? She said that she picked a job based on how to get ahead and made all her actions based on how to get ahead and got sick of that, and she was in a law firm. What do you think? I unpack my suitcase. Everything in its right place, you know. Same, even if it's just for one day. If I'm somewhere, I'm going to be there fully, not with one foot on the plane back home. So, let's talk dungeons. Any idea where you're going to go today? Hey, could you spare a minute? You're a slayer, right? Sure. What can I do for you? Look, I'm not really supposed to talk to our guests. I'm heading a little research group. We're trying to understand magic a bit better. Any findings so far? Our results, well, they aren't public just yet. So, my problem is that we're understaffed. We don't exactly have the resources to send someone out into the wild to acquire the materials we need for our research. And there are instances of a special substance that you'll only find around Hinterberg. Magical elements. You can think of them as sort of proto-goo. Let them sit in the sunlight by themselves long enough, and they'll turn into monsters. But if you pick one up, carry it, keep it close to humans, it remains perfectly inert. I need some of those elements. A lot, actually. If you happen to come across any, could you bring them to me? It won't be a one-way street, you know. The elements have practical applications. They can shrink your charms. That's useful. Wow, that's going to be useful. I know, right? I'll be just over there. Come talk to me whenever you have some magical elements. I think we could really help each other out. Start from the beginning. What happened exactly? They're forcing me out of business, all right. Julian and his gear shop. He just couldn't stand the thought that I'm still out there selling services they can't provide. That rattlesnake. Like I'm the one siphoning off his customers. I was there first. I got this official letter from the magistrate about how I'm not licensed to provide service out of my home. They're going to close me down. Are you licensed, Hannah? I do good work. People ask and pay for it. I'm happy to pay my taxes. This was never a problem. You're a lawyer, right? Junior lawyer, and not anymore. They're going to shut me down. What can I do here? Let's think about this. Maybe there's a way to get them to back off, other than spending your money on dragging it through the courts. Julian must have called in some real favors to pull this off. Everybody knew about my workshop. There was no warning, nothing. He has the mayor's ear, you know? Okay, so this is coming out of Town Hall. That means they can call it off. You know who else has the mayor's attention? High-profile adventurers, stars, influencers. Look, if we can get a petition started, show the mayor that her VIPs believe your workshop is important to this town, I bet that's going to get rid of your problem right there. I'll ask around, see if I can get some signatures. Getting 3 major slaying stars should be more than enough pressure on Town Hall. I'll get this sorted for you. New quest, can I get an autograph? Teresa is sitting out on the terrace by herself. Good evening, Teresa. Fräulein Dorfer, anything I can help you with? Guess I just wanted to ask if you're alright. I like to sit here sometimes, after work is done. I just can't get my mind off of that onion festival. That statue sure is something, huh? I don't really care about the statue. It's really nothing, I know. Every honest cook cries over onions. We have the festival every year, and we all know it's a bit silly, and nobody really cares that much about a vegetable. But it's one thing we do for ourselves around here, so we look forward to it and get into the mood. For crying out loud, I was Onion Queen 3 years in a row back in my day. Anyone can come and join and be welcome. I just thought this was the one thing we wouldn't turn into a farce for our visitors. Excuse me, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't much care for it either. A simple festival about the onion would have been nicer. I voted for Mayor Wagner. She sure knows how to make our guests feel welcome. I just wish she'd have the same kind of care for the rest of us as well. During most of the 80s, Hinterberg used to be a moderately popular skiing destination for both local and international tourists. Unfortunately, Hinterberg could not afford to replace its old chairlifts with a more modern-style gondola lifts, and due to its isolated location, joining up with any of the other major ski resorts was not an option either. Thus, Hinterberg slowly fell out of favor as a winter sports destination during the 90s. Oof, I'm really getting sleepy. Does the Fraulein sleep well today? It rained during the night. But you know what they say, rainy night, morning bright. So what's your destination for today? Hey, I still need a first-hand experience from a slayer. For my article? I hang out at the Krampus bar most nights. Stop by if you have time. Good, you came. Wait, who are you again? I'm the guy who you promised a first-hand account of your slaying experience. You ready for our interview? Let's get inside this dump and grab a drink. Oh good, amusement. Oh, I could give Travis a gift. I don't know this person very well yet. Okay. Well, let's spend a little time with Travis and get to know him. Maybe I'll figure out what his voice is supposed to sound like. Strobe lights, a smelly fog machine, blaring Eurodance. For one breath, I'm 17 again. This is where you hang out? Just so we're clear, if this backwater hole had options, I wouldn't be caught dead in here. You just missed the German group doing shots out of their crossbow quivers. As long as the drinks are okay. Look, I'm kind of a professional when it comes to bars, and this place runs right past ironically cool and does the full lap back to just awful. So, you don't mind if I record this, do you? What's your take on the slaying scene? Do these folks have any idea what sort of danger they're putting themselves in every day? You know, this place is dangerous as hell, and still they manage to let loose and have a good time. I actually envy them a little. I noticed you're wielding a sword. Any particular reason why that's your weapon of choice? You know how in fantasy stories the main hero usually has a sword? I guess it just felt right. Kind of a vanilla thing, huh? Maybe. Yeah. What do you wield? Semi-automatic pistol. Nice question. What's your take on the locals here? You think their lives are affected by having so many tourists around? It's a small village. Must be quite a burden to have so many people around. Unless you happen to own a restaurant. I think that's enough material for one night. Listen, you've gotten me one step closer to leaving this place. I can't thank you enough. That's kind of sad. I was hoping we could hang out some more. Don't worry, I'm still nowhere near done on this article. So, next time you're in a dungeon, you think you could snap some pictures for me? My phone isn't working. Something to do with magic interference. Believe me, I noticed. Here, I got a couple of spare cameras, which are worth 1,000 words. There's a talk show on. It seems to be about weird hobbies. And this is the longest scarf I ever knitted, made out of finest mohair and well over 10 meters long. How interesting! On to our next guest. Heinrich loves insects and has been breeding moths for the last 5 years. He might have even brought us some today. Welcome, Heinrich! Oof, I'm really getting sleepy. Good morning, Fraulein. I hear there was an accident yesterday on Kolmstein. 2 people crashed into each other, going full speed on their magical hoverboards. I hope they recover quickly. Enjoy your sleigh! I've seen this guy around. Maybe I can strike up a conversation. Nice view from up here. Looking for anything in particular? Serenity. Or that he becomes still as ice again. It's clear this guy won't talk to me. At least not until I gain some renown around here. I should leave him be for now. I was hoping you'd stop by. Good to see you. How's adventuring? I hear you're doing well. Yeah, it's gotten easier. Listen, if you're not busy, can I take you out for dinner? Would be nice to hear your perspective on some things. Not romantic, I'm assuming. Like, just maybe mentor dinner? Spending the evening with Klaus would increase my familiarity. Ooh, can I give him a gift? Would you like a bag of nuts? Everyone likes that. This is... Thanks so much! How did you know? Oh my gosh! Here, I got you something as well. Klaus orders a vegan dish. The host knows him well. He makes no effort to hide his disapproval. Oh, thankfully he has no lines. You know, going through something like this earthquake, a lot of people would have just gone home. Those that stay, they often get reckless. Beat death once, and all that. That's what had me worried. But you've got your head on straight. Makes you a rare species around here. Compared to other adventurers? I took 8 rookie adventurers into the beginner's dungeon today. 8. You wouldn't believe some of these clowns. One of them wore a Mexican wrestling mask and insisted I call him El Enigma Aleman. Everything in Hinterberg is enabling this behavior. The bureaucrats, the marketing, the whole damn machine. Hey, maybe I should get a nom de guerre. What do you think of Jackknife? Delightful. Sounds just like you. Everything's been back to normal in that dungeon since, you know. Still, I'm on edge every time I take someone new. Peak season around here. We have 24 adventurers arriving every day. We should limit that. We should be looking at magic with awe and wonder, not greed. Honestly, this place is a ticking time bomb. Sooner or later, what happened to me on my first day will happen to someone else. And they may not be so lucky. Exactly. I keep going back to how cushy this job has been. That has to change. I can start by reevaluating security. If they're so damn keen on keeping up the pace, they'll have to give me a team. And it sounds small, but the dungeons are full of trash. So is the hiking trails. Does that mean I can finally get rid of this trash I've been carrying around? We can't even keep people from littering. How are we going to get them to understand this isn't a playground? People know you, and not just around here. Maybe you can use that. Maybe I can. I need to think about this some more. Maybe stop by, if you're not busy. On a related note, if you ever find any gear that's covered in goo, don't throw it out. Bring it to me. I know how to clean up that sort of thing. Thanks for the evening, Louisa. It's been good seeing you. Hannah, the smith, has a dog. Have you met him? I don't think so. No, I've got enough dungeons right now. He usually hangs out at her place in the evenings. Okay, so that's a quest. Do I need to do that? Gotta say, I'm more of a cat person myself. But I'm glad I spent some time with this one. There's a dungeon in Hinterberg that's hidden underground. He'll help you find it. Make sure you make friends with him. It's worth it. There's a dog by the road, idly watching the tourists passing by. I could walk over and see if he's friendly. The good boy. Hey, pal. Want to be friends? Guess not. Don't take it personally. This one's a big fat coward. Woof. Yeah, you goof chicken. Goof chicken. He likes treats, you know? Wild strawberries. Bring him some. I bet he'll ease right up. I should give him the wild strawberries I found in the forest. Sure. Give him the strawberries. Hey, buddy. So you're shy, huh? That's okay. I'm a little shy myself. You want some of these, though? You like these, huh? I've got no real plans for tonight. Might just hang out with a dog. Befriending him would add to my relaxation, which I think is a low stat right now. Sure, why not? Let's go ahead and unlock that dungeon. I have plenty of other dungeons to play, but looks like you've earned the big chicken's trust. Is he yours? He's his own, but he has a home with me. Do you mind if I hang out with him? You should ask him yourself. It looks like he'd like that, though. What's his name? He goes by many. You know how animals can look like entirely different people from one moment to the next? He does that a lot. So giving him one single name would be an injustice to his soul. So I named him Maria Teresa Alfonso Bada 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 Edward. Pick any name you like and call him that. It's your bond to make. I should give him a proper name. Burlington. I'll call you Burlington. How's that sound, buddy? These are such hard choices to make. You've gazed into his soul and found something to connect with. I applaud you. So what's your day like, Burlington? You see, he's out and about all day, often roams the forest or Doberkogel. Magic attracts him. There's tons of monsters out there. Isn't he afraid of them? I mean, you did call him a coward. He holds his distance, but he's a curious one. Monsters ignore animals. Magic is only interested in humans, I think. Maybe you'll run into him when you're out. If you do, say hi and pay attention. He knows things. There's a true crime documentary running today. Little did they suspect what the lab results would reveal. Not only were there 3 DNA matches, but they were all closer to home than expected. Much, much closer. Oof, I'm really getting sleepy. Julian. Hey, got a busy morning, but I saw you sitting there and thought I'd stop by. Remember the construction site in Hinterberg? My guys are finally done with it. Built a neat zip line so you can get across the chasm. Fun, right? Is he somebody I can make a friend out of, even though he seems like a villain? Anyway, enjoy your sleigh. Thanks so much for helping out. Little by little, we're cleaning up this place. Do you happen to be free this evening? I'd like to share my thoughts about making Hinterberg safer. So your initiative to ramp up security is meeting some resistance? I don't know what their problem is. They're talking about budgetary concerns, if they answer me at all. Bureaucrats. This village is as rich as it gets. What's so unreasonable about a few more trainers? You think there might be another reason why they wouldn't give you a team? Who knows what's going on in their heads? Right, stand-up comedian. Herr Hornbacher, are you in here? I absolutely must have a word with you. In private, if you please. What's this about? You finally read my proposal? Yeah, what? No, you know full well how busy I am. Now please, step outside with me. Louisa is a friend. We were in the middle of a conversation. If you have something to say, say it here. The Fraulein here is a guest, not your friend. And therein lies our problem. You're being paid handsomely. You are hired for a very specific job, to lead our visitors through our magical beginner dungeon experience. Not to fraternize with them, not to befriend them, and most certainly not to ask them to pick up trash for you. I don't know what's gotten into you, frankly. You're not the face of Hinterberg anymore, in case you haven't noticed. Now, if anything like this reaches my ears again, ever, well, you can find yourself another job in another village, Herr Hornbacher. I regret you had to hear all this, Fraulein. Had it been up to me, we would have handled this matter in private. You see what I'm dealing with now? I can't believe how calm you were. She was so rude. I would have exploded. That's on Maya. Rude when she's in a position where she doesn't have to be friendly. Look, I trust you. I'll keep buying your trash, thanks. But I think that's about all I can do from here on. My hands are tied now. Perhaps we can come up with a different strategy. There's got to be something you can do, right? I'm pretty sure she gave me this job to neutralize me in the first place. I used to be quite vocal about mass tourism back when all this started. Believe me, she'd have no qualms about firing me now. I shudder to think what kind of person would do the job once I'm gone. Small-town politics is an ugly game, Louisa, and I haven't seen a player more ruthless than Mayor Wagner. I'm thinking maybe I'll take it easy today. Might just stay in Hinterberg and crack open a good book. Not me. I can't wait to get back out there. That's really impressive, you know? How quickly you've adjusted to all this? Yeah, I rarely think about life back home anymore. That's Hinterberg for you. If you don't look too closely, you might think most people are here just for a big party. But I think on some level, everybody here understands just how big of a deal magic is. I think I'll head out for the dungeons after all. We're here. We should make the most of it. Fancy meeting you here. Made it through all right? Didn't expect to run into anyone here. You're out slaying too? Can't let you catch up to me, can I? So how about you get your book stamped and we go have drinks? You're quiet, love. What's on your mind? I was just thinking about what a strange vacation this is. Two people working their way through the same dungeon, then meeting up for drinks. It was kind of a weird dungeon too, wasn't it? The portals into and out of the dungeon felt different. None of that searing heat. More of a hole in the wall and some really bright lights. I didn't even notice. Huh. How about we go hang out at the campfire tonight? See if there's other adventurers who've been to this dungeon. I'd like to hear what they thought. Yeah, campfire. Let's meet there. Go do your shopping or whatever you had planned for this evening. I'll wait for you there. Okay, let's join them. Maybe one of them knows more about our dungeon. You ready?
A ghoulish glance, eyes wide open, the floor. It's ours. We dance. We strike, like cobras clashing. One remains. The end. Brumch.
Ugh. Didn't know tonight was poetry night. Sorry, love. Fascinating, particularly the verse where you described the monster's gaze. A misunderstanding, I believe.
There was no misunderstanding. What do you know of the dance of death?
In my experience, monsters don't really look at you. Quite right. They do have a field of vision, but they never focus. An easy thing to mistake in the heat of a skirmish, yes?
I saw what I saw.
Look, before we get to the next poem, I'm going to ask you something. Any of you ever been to the overgrown cave dungeon? The one in the forest? Zipline over a chasm? Ha, no.
What of it?
The portals in and out were strange, and there was something off about the monsters. I completed the quest.
It's not like my broadsword cares. Off or not, they all cut open the same.
Can you maybe tone it down a notch? The 10% of you that isn't cringe is just creepy, man. It's an interesting dungeon for sure. The last one they opened to the public. Bureaucracy works slowly here. The paperwork on this one took 6 months longer than the rest. A pity, really. My postgraduates were petitioning to get in while it was pristine, but the safety inspector said no dice. This doesn't smell right. It took them about 3 weeks to open the other 24 dungeons to paying customers.
Enough! I was told tonight is poetry night. If you insist on derailing the topic, I will return to my quarters. I believe it is Albert's turn.
An episode of a long-running detective show is on. There's a cute German Shepherd dog. I am sorry, but this seat is reserved for Commissioner Ruffs. Are you saying this dog outranks me? You and me both, my dear Sergeant. You and me both. Buh? No wonder you're getting sleepy. This dungeon business yesterday. I've been thinking about it. Maybe we've read a bit too much into it. Nah, something weird was going on in that dungeon. We both saw it. It was a perfectly fine dungeon. It had puzzles, it had monsters. We were casting spells and all.
Breakfast is ready, and you'll be having a special guest this morning.
Oh, great. Don't stand on ceremony, dear. Hi, I'm Mayor Karen Wagner, Hinterberg's #1 public servant. All at your service. I've heard so much about you, Fraulein Louisa, and you too, Fraulein Alex. You see, part of my job is to make sure our guests have the best sleighing experience in the world, so from time to time I like to check in on the VIPs. And let me just say, you two are making quite the names for yourselves. See, Fraulein Louisa, you're really what Hinterberg is all about, leaving your life behind to face our mythical creatures. Out and about, exploring a magical place full of excitement and real danger, persevering, growing, having a magical time. We should put you on a poster. When would you be available for some promo shots? But listen to me go on, when all I wanted was to see what makes you tick. So, how are you finding Hinterberg? I think our brochure really needs a rebranding. How do you feel about it? She's probably responsible for the strange dungeon. I don't know if I want to say that. I really prefer the silent treatment I was giving her. Well, this one's probably going to be more interesting story-wise. So, yesterday we finished a dungeon, and Have you been to our grand hotel? How about the inn on the main square? I've pulled some strings, and I want you to know these places are always open to you. I also wanted to personally welcome you to our Brunelsumpf dungeons. Access was cut off for a little while due to the earthquake, but we're about ready to reopen, and I wanted you two to be among the first to check out these dungeons. Anything else I can do for you? She's definitely the villain. I'm just realizing that. How about some hinterbucks? Ha ha ha, right. I have trouble parting with those, you see, because my face is on them. But hey, why not? I'll tell Teresa to hand you 5,000 each. Good? Good. It's been fantastic talking to you. I'd say vote for Mayor Wagner, but you can't. We're really just friends. Wow. I appreciate the money, Alex. What was that all about? Also, you notice that she changed the subject about the strange dungeon. So it also makes me think she's the villain. Don't care. 5,000 hinterbucks. So where are you going today, now that you're a VIP? You planning to check out this Brunelsumpf area? Quest complete. Hey, Burlington. Not so shy anymore, are we? Woof. Is he going to dig up a dungeon for me, essentially? Not essentially, but actually. Yes. He dug up a dungeon for me. Haru! Yeah, I would be kind of shocked at that, too. Woof. The dog is sitting in the evening sun, watching the tourists. Burlington. That's the name I gave him. Good name. Suits him. Hey, boy. How's your evening? Woof. Yeah, this guy likes me. I've got no real plans for tonight. Might just hang out with him. It'd certainly add to my relaxation. Ooh, you can pet the dog. Ooh, he likes that. Yeah, let's hang out with the dog. I always liked dogs. The way they express joy. Pure, unmarred by doubt. It just makes me so joyful as well. It only ever lasts a moment. But for that moment, the world is good. This one isn't showing it as much, but it's there. He's picky, but he likes company. Who's a good boy? Yeah, it's you. Heckin' good. You don't have to go back to an office at some point. You're just a real good boy, out here enjoying a warm summer evening. Being on holiday means you can take time to let anything be the center of your world for a while. There's a pleasant little evening breeze tonight, and I can choose to do nothing else but sit and enjoy it. I might make a memory of it, or I might forget. No matter what, it's just right. This guy probably knows all about that. This is good, right, boy? There's no vacation that doesn't get better by befriending an animal. The same kind of idleness, of none of the big stuff mattering, of just enjoying each other's company. Happy we're pals, Burlington. Someone slipped a note under my door. Slayer! There's something rotten going on in Hinterberg, is the mayor. Meet me at the boathouse, ere the first cock crow. That means 6 a.m., city girl, and modern person who doesn't speak an archaic language. That's all. I'll get up early tomorrow morning. Psst. You've got a knack for writing. I wasn't sure which tone to pick. A lot of slayers go for overly dramatic, so I figured it'd work. Smart, huh? Here, let's get a boat. Ooh, this is going to be a long cinematic section? Look, is this going anywhere? If you keep rowing, it will. Keep rowing. That's exactly what I said. Kinda. That. You see that? That looks like proto-monster goo. I see it. What is it? It's nothing good, I can tell you that much. This pipe was part of the old paper mill that stank up the village until the 80s. It's been gathering rust ever since. All that goo, that's got to be an environmental hazard. This village isn't exactly big on sustainability, if you haven't noticed. I'm planning to blow this whole thing wide open. Just needs a thorough investigation before I do. Whoever is doing this, it happens every morning. The goo dissolves in the water, so by the time everyone is up and about, nobody notices a thing. You know, you should really take the school bus sometime. I'm a little old to be going back to school. Number 11 from the train station. Get out at Hinterberg West. Take a look around. And here, take this key with you. You'll find something of interest to a slayer like yourself. The young woman wields an axe like I've never seen before. There's something contagious about watching someone who's so in the zone. All focus and concentration. Every move is perfect. I could watch all evening. It would probably increase my relaxation as well. So, just gonna watch, huh? I'm not gonna talk to her. She's mesmerizing, right? Totally. Totally. That's Jay. She's a superstar in East Asia. Pro-level monster slayer, and I think she was like a dance music star as well. How does anyone ever get so good at this? A single scoop of vanilla, please, and those chocolate sprinkles on top. Make those a double. Here you go. This one's on the house. So the ice cart is magnum, which are magnums, I'm sure. And then you have a yodel. I don't know. A Doppler, which I guess means two? No, it's not. There, you keep the change. You're amazing. What's your technique called? It's called Jay's Dance Floor. Cheesy, I know, but that's what it's called. This is Marina. I'm Louisa. Jay, and charmed. The break is over, ladies. Catch you later. Hang on, it's just one thing. Would you mind doing a few more of those spiral splitter moves from earlier? Only if that's okay, though. Look, I'm here to train, right? You can watch, but I'm not a jukebox. Cheers. And the bottom ice cream I just saw was melancholy. I get her point. She's not here for our entertainment. What was I thinking? She's a pro. Imagine being constantly badgered by fans like that. She could have been nicer about it, though. Hold on. Isn't that the spiral splitter? It's glorious. Look at her spin. She keeps doing it. Whoa! Shh. She can totally hear us. This is so exciting! They're playing a recording of a traditional play. The stage seems to be the inside of a farmhouse.
But if that woman is not our long-lost and very rich Aunt Ressie, then we have been entertaining and charming a stranger all this time. And the real Aunt Ressie, oh my, she's the new servant woman?
Oof, I'm really getting sleepy. You've been beaming from ear to ear all morning. Any reason you're in such a good mood? Heh, just been thinking about how lucky we are that we get to be here. Around magic, I mean. Casting spells, exploring dungeons. It just never gets old to me. Tell you the truth, my normal life doesn't always feel that special or exciting. I really, really needed this. And I'm glad I came here. So, where are you headed today? Remember, she told me to take the bus to Hinterberg West, and she gave me a key. Not the key that usually unlocks chests. So is this a one-time story-based area? Maybe Thea's key fits in here. Alright, let's see what this is all about. Well, you certainly made my day a lot less pleasant. Care to explain yourself? You go first. Why is this dungeon not in any guidebook? You're a guest here. Do you understand what that means? It means my job is to keep you safe, to make sure you have a magical time. Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. And that you don't go bumbling off the trails that we've set up for your enjoyment. Do you not see the signs that say stay out? You got any feedback on those? Not clear enough for you? I came here to complete every dungeon, and that's what I'm going to do. Some of them are just so obstinate, you know? I could have you arrested for this. Trespassing, breaking and entering. But see, I'm not the type who does that. You've had your fun. How about we just leave it at that? Pack your bags and go home. We'll foot your bill. Everybody wins! Look at those evil eyebrows. Not a chance. Your brochure clearly states that the guest can enter every dungeon. You have zero legal ground to detain me. There, I thought my law degree was for nothing. You give it a try, and I'll drag you through the courts. I'll make sure it's televised. Fine, have it your way. One of these days, I swear, I'll be all out of olive branches. While we're talking, how about that pipe spilling goo into the lake? You want to comment on that? No, I don't. Who exactly do you think you are? I'm the mayor of this village. I was taking time out of my day to talk you into reason. We're very much done here. You told her. What? I made it clear that I'm not going home. Why would I? She threatened legal action about a dungeon she hid away. You made a pretty powerful enemy there. You better be careful. But I have to admit, I admire your guts, love. I wonder where the timid young lawyer went. The one I met just a couple of weeks ago. It's been weeks? What are you talking about? I'm on like day 14? 2 weeks? I guess that is a couple of weeks. I finally found something I like doing. No idea what's going to come after this. For now, I'm going to enjoy it. After this, you'll go pro. I'd bet money on it. Alex is right. I have gotten better at this, little by little and gear by gear. It's hard to pinpoint the threshold, but I am getting good at slaying, and I made friends along the way. You heading out into the village tonight? Yep. It's what slayers do. Also, I want to see if the stores have refreshed yet. Sure is. Talk soon, Louisa. I could just do something by myself this evening. Nobody says I have to be social all the time. Today they're showing a classic Austrian movie about a small town hotel. Bet that'd increase my familiarity. I think I saw this one when I was a kid. Big hotel tycoon gets mistaken for a bellhop. Doesn't understand why everybody's pushing him around. A lot of these old films are like basic mix-up comedies, not far removed from 19th century theater. But I like how they took their time with every scene. No quick cuts. And these actors could really work with their eyes. My sword is going straight through. Oh, also I changed to the resonant sword because it had higher stats than the bunny sword. The sets are interesting too. Not too far off from Hinterberg's flair, despite 60 years of difference. That was neat. Not my usual kind of flick, but a good fit for my stay here. A game show is playing. An excited woman with red cheeks is turning a giant wheel. If the wheel smiles upon Christine, she will be able to fulfill her lifelong dream of going on a Mediterranean cruise. The audience is holding their breath. Jackpot! Cruise ship, here comes Christine! Oof, I'm really getting sleepy.
Hey. Saw you sitting there and wanted to say, I didn't mean to be rude the other day. I was just in the zone. Anyway, I'm heading out for Dobelkogel today. Might focus on that area the next few days. Maybe we'll run into each other?
Sure you don't want to see a doctor about this? That is one big, really blue bruise.
Nothing your first aid kit couldn't fix. Appreciate it, but the hip has seen worse.
Well, if you say so. Hey, Burlington is in the background.
That summit is on my schedule for today, so I'm going up. Simple as that.
Jay isn't going to back out of her training session. Might be a good idea to tag along, though. This could take all afternoon, but she could use a spotter, and I could learn something from watching her. Spending the afternoon with Jay would probably increase my renown. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of stuff. Let's do it all. Ask for Jay's signature. Hey, would you mind signing this? This is a petition against Town Hall closing down Hannah's Smithy. We're not even like 1 star level yet. And I can ask her for this. Hannah's Smithy?
Hannah Smithy? Yeah, sure.
Alright, there's one down. I'm heading up to the summit too. Mind if I join?
Yeah, sure. Happy for the company, but I move at my own speed. Clear?
Let's go. Is your own speed like limping on a busted up hip? You're so lucky! So tomorrow I'll be coming back to Dobelkogel to see if Doggo is here.
I've seen you around. Seen you fight, too. Up here on the mountain, just the other day. You're good, you know?
Thank you. Thanks. Means a lot from someone with your talent.
Talent? Can I give you some advice? Scratch that word from your vocabulary. Talent is a word people use to make an excuse, to avoid trying something that's hard. This is work, nothing more. I've got no edge over you. I've put in the hours. That's all.
Yep. Well, there is such a thing as talent, but there's also such a thing as work. So, that injured hip of yours...
What about it?
How did it happen?
Someone was foolish enough to park their car on the road up to Doberkogel. A bunch of Pitzels were doing nasty things to their tires. I went after them. Got blindsided by a perched with a tree trunk. Look, I like you, but I'm not looking for advice, if that's where you're headed. Let's move.
No, I literally just asked you what happened. Do you ever let yourself catch a break? At all?
I don't believe in hobbies. We're lucky enough if we get to choose who we are. So this is me.
So what's it like as a pro?
Lots of training, lots of slaying, lots of talking to journalists who are more used to covering soccer or men's health.
I don't think I've met a lot of people who are so driven.
Yeah, there are some outside forces who would rather I weren't. Let's leave it at that.
What does that mean? Have I been up here? I don't know if I've been up here.
Well, look at that. We made it. This was good. I'll catch you later. Cool?
This is a little forward, but let's see what happens. I'll go in with you.
Nah. Go in first, if you like. But I don't tag team dungeons.
I'm in no shape to continue anyway. Keeping up with Jay is exhausting. She wasn't really moving that fast. It's inspiring just being around her, though. Watching her move? I've learned a lot today. And a signature for Hannah.
Let's do this again sometime. Cheers, Louisa.
Hey, Louisa, you got some time? We can hang, you know. Where's David? You guys aren't hanging out together tonight? David and I are taking a little break. Oh, I didn't realize they were dating. I thought they were just friends. Would be nice to talk to somebody, though. Not in a sappy way. Just talk. Sure, but first of all, let me give you a gift. I think I was going to give you walkie-talkies, but if you're breaking up with your boyfriend, maybe not. How about... I kind of want to give you a lighter. Okay, well, last time she really liked the organic potato chips, so let's give her a bag of nuts. Presents! How did you know I'm into presents? Here, have this. Not like I'm going to use it. HP snack. Not like I'm going to use it either. You two are a couple, huh? Not officially, no. David and I don't do much couple stuff. It's complicated. What sort of stuff do you mean? Do I really have to spell it out? Ah, this place. Everybody talks about everyone here, you know? Who even needs the internet? They all thumbs down and comment anyway. Zero privacy. Did something happen? Nah, not really. Just small towns are the worst sometimes. These people deserve their stupid mayor and their tacky statue, and everything else is coming to them. She doing like Satan sacrifices in her basement? And David, he's just locked into this whole machinery. Like, he doesn't even get it. His dad owns the inn over there. He'd be so stupid to ever leave Hinterberg. And you? Seems like you'd prefer any place over here. I don't know. Who knows? I probably just hate it everywhere. There's a ton of cultural options in a big city. You just strike me as someone who'd appreciate them. You're such a snob sometimes. Look, the whole thing is moot anyway. Maybe I can leave. David can't. I move away, he's going to turn into another yuppie snob even faster. And you're going to be out of my life in, what, 2 weeks? What's your stake in any of this, even? You know, Vienna is a 3-hour train ride from here. Whatever you do, you and David will manage. I often don't see my own best friends for weeks at a time, even though we live in the same city. That just sounds sad. Yeah, maybe. Alright, a pact. You and I are going to be friends from here on. At least until you leave this place. I don't like making new friends, and I'm pretty sure you're not used to it either. So this is special, okay? Okay. Good. You know, I've worked at just about every shop in this place. I still get employee discounts from all of them. I bet if I put on my sad face, I can get them to let you in on those discounts too. Friends of friends, you know? Thanks for the talk. Needed it. They're drawing this week's lottery numbers. A dashing gentleman reads the numbers written on little plastic balls. 5, 7, 39, 11. And this week's superstar number is 53. That was boring. Oof, I'm really getting sleepy. I wonder why. Did the Fraulein sleep well today? You mean last night? I heard you beat the Tetzelwurm up on Doberkogel. Congratulations! So, have you picked where you'll go today? It's much cooler up here than in the village. Insects are buzzing in the grass, trees swaying in the breeze. It's a perfect summer afternoon. A little time off, a little rest. Just what I need. And still, there's this nagging voice in my head that keeps saying I should have gone to a dungeon instead. Why do I always feel my time is only worth something if it results in tangible progress? It's almost more work for me just to let loose. But that's why I'm here. To work on being a little less hardworking. And I'm finally getting better at it. Well, his mouth is just moving. And this is the buzzing center of the beehive, where locals and adventurers get their royal jelly on. The Krampus Bar. Infamous! If you stay in Hinterberg, this is a tier 1 item on your froyo. This place is temperate. Here's what Casters had to say about the place. Cut. Okay. Insert reviews. Jonah, the good stuff only, yes? Wait. Hold on a minute. Hey you! Yoo-hoo! Lady in the teal jacket. You're talking to me? You're perfect! You're about to become the queen of the beehive. Come on, let's go make some honey. I mean money. No, I mean honey. What? Honey? What? You don't know honey? You should try it. It's great. Healthy, too. I mean... See, I have this segment where I teach people how to have the best time ever. Your life's about to change. Totally for the better. 1.6 million Keisters are watching, B. Hanging out with Kai would increase my amusement and my renown. Opera Slay today. I'm looking at the sign in the background. Opera Slay today. Battle burger from local beef. Schnitzel with fries. Shots, monster blood, and schnapps. Ugh. Oh, let's start off by giving him a gift. Oh, can I go and ask for a signature? Hey, would you mind signing this? It's a petition against Town Hall closing down Hannah's smithy. Look, I'm in the middle of a thing. Not now, okay? Gotta focus. Okay, let's give him a gift. I don't know him well enough yet. Okay. Sure, not like I have any plans. Follow me, madame. I'm back in the bar. What's this about honey? Your show reaches more than 1 million viewers? Casters. 1.6 million casters. They're like 1.6 million beautiful angels. How exactly does one reach numbers like that? Organically. Just, you know, make really steak-like content that transforms people's day into something better, fuller. But yeah, main event time, okay? Selfie mode! Wait, how do you even upload this? I thought there's no cell reception here. Right, none. Zilch. Honestly, it's the one frowny about this place. But the Grand Hotel has a sweet deal where they take my phones and drive them to some place to upload every night. So, let me walk you through this. This is basically a reaction video, okay? I teach you how to have the best time ever. You react, we film it, both of us are in the thumbnail. Got it? Let me have it. Nice. So how do I have the best time, Kai? See, it's easy. There's 3 steps involved, plus a bonus step. But we're gonna break it down nice and easy. First, be free, like a wild horse. You don't have to talk to everybody in the club, but you totally can. It's up to you. You are the horse. Oh, also eye contact. You could do more, you know. You want flying hearts. Okay, I'm a wild horse. What's next? Step 2. Get enough sleep, okay? And try to dream. Maybe keep a dream diary. Try to dream of pleasant things. Look for experiences that let you dream pleasantly, yes? Okay, more pleasant dreams. Do you have any actual advice, or am I supposed to know what to do with that? Everybody, settle in, because it's school time! See, I had this phase where I would dream about goats every night. They were everywhere. You dream of a bouncy castle, suddenly, goats! It became a total thing. Then one day, I was hiking through this forest near Helsinki, the one with the reindeer, and I met this beautiful old soul, and they said, just talk to a shrink! And I did, and no more goat dreams. Totally gone. Finally, have a backup plan when you get somewhere. Maybe where you are isn't all that super, have a next destination, like an after party. What's your backup plan for this then, in case you don't get enough material for your show, you know? I have this segment where I test out hotel minibars. Believe me, the Grand Hotel's minibar is just wild. But see, this is premium material. I told you, the math is really simple, but it's solid as ice. And cool. Cool as the shade. Thumbnail time, B! Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a bonus step? Oh, yeah, there totally was. We always forget to do those. The bonus step is, don't overdo it, okay? See, you still gotta be yourself if you want my program to work. You're probably wondering what happens next. You'll definitely get some emails. Just ignore them. This was great. You know, I love you contrarian types. They're what make this show special. I don't know what that was. The weird thing is, I do feel more motivated. Something is off. Yeah. What the? You've got a monster in your room. A goldy sparkly monster. Good, she got her sword. Where is it? Over there. Ooh, hey, it is a loot goblin. Only the loot goblins in this game are female. Is this just totally a dream sequence, I'm assuming? If not, this looks very bad. The civilians did not care. She was just walking along. Doi-doi-doi. This octopus tentacles? I thought those were suckers. I think those are actually just textures. Slayers, remain calm. Everything is under control. We are assessing the situation, but it appears the earthquake caused no major injuries and only minor property damage. And giant magical things to explode everywhere and your sewers to get flooded, so the fact they backed up into geysers. And those slimy abominations? What about those? What about them? Like, do you know the first thing about them? Are we in danger? Our experts are analyzing them. From what the mayor's office has found out so far, they appear to be benign. Yeah, that's super reassuring. Everybody's safety remains our top priority. We are happy to report that the dungeons were not affected by the earthquake. You can continue to enjoy your sleigh. I don't think that's the problem here, guy. Oh good, everything's better now. Did I tell you I got woken up by a monster today? You're kidding, right? Nope. I opened my eyes, and this thing is looking right at me. And I thought my day was wild. What happened next? It jumped out the window. I ran out and followed, but it was so fast. Got away before I could catch it. Then all hell broke loose. It was a golden one. You know, the kind that drops a ton of hinterbucks if you catch them? Those are harmless, right? Huh. This might sound weird, but could it be that it wanted you to follow it? Maybe. It could have just hidden after jumping out my window. Instead, it took its time until I made it outside, then ran towards the train station. Think I'll head out for the dungeons. Catch you later? You're seriously going sleighing today? After what just happened? You're not? Love, if there was ever a spa day, today is it. So how was sleighing? Not bad. I heard those gooey tendrils that burst out this morning. They're everywhere, all around Hinterberg. Apparently you can walk on them, too. Bet that's going to open up new routes everywhere. Maybe even to new dungeons. Ah, there you are. I have remarkable news. Quite remarkable. Is it about the goo structures that just appeared everywhere? Even more exciting! I have mentioned my work on the village museum before, yes? Oh, I must have. Such a constant thrill, I don't see how I could have contained myself. We've gathered artifacts from all of Hinterberg's history, from its beginnings as a humble fishing village to his days as a spa resort in imperial times. Tomorrow, we will have our grand opening. Just think, the most exciting place in all of Hinterberg, finally unveiled. Most exciting place after the dungeons, right? Well, ooh, Latin. Ex aquo? Well, ex aquo, perhaps. You must come tomorrow evening. And you as well, young lady. It will be such a delight. Tomorrow evening. We'll be there. Wonderful. I'll be sure to give you a personal tour. I have to look up that Latin phrase now. Good thinking. He could be able to help us figure out what's going on in this village. The museum might not be such a bad idea. And somehow, I don't think he'll find a lot of other people to come. Alright, so we have plans for tomorrow evening. Might be a good idea to stock up on gear and potions tonight. I hear that Gear and More just got some new stuff in. Yes. And so did Hannah's shop. The gazebo by the lake doesn't attract a lot of tourists, unlike the cafe or the Krampus bar. Not often that you see someone just sitting there by themselves. Is that Danny Fernandez? Saw them on TV just before I came here. They're the youngest pro slayer in the sport. Nice spot, huh? Kinda underrated. I don't get why. It's a spectacular view, and it doesn't cost a thing. Hey, I'm Danny. Sit with me, if you like. I'm just watching the lake. They seem so calm and at ease. Spending the evening with Danny would probably increase my relaxation. Hey, would you mind signing this? It's a petition against Town Hall closing down Hannah's smithy. Yes, of course. I hope it helps. Nice, but I'll still spend the evening with him anyway. It takes a while for us to say anything. The evening light is bright and warm. It feels good just to soak it in. I had big plans for tonight, you know. Attack Conduit Training Day. Now I think I might just not. Imagine living here. Doesn't get much more scenic than this. I wonder if the people living here notice just how pretty their home is. Day to day, I mean. Yeah, it's got everything. Even magic and monsters. Before the dungeons appeared, we could have probably sat here, and the only sound would have been the waves on the water. They must miss that. I wonder what's better for everybody. Their quiet village, or this magical money-making machine that they built around their dungeons. Some people here got the short end, for sure. A school teacher's life isn't happier if there are 1,000 tourists crowding the streets. But then, 1,000 tourists get to experience magic who otherwise wouldn't. Maybe that counts for something. You're on vacation here, right? Is magic an essential part of your holiday? Or could you just as well have gone somewhere else? I needed a break. A really big one. Magic is as big as it gets. How about you? Is magic an essential part of your stay here? I slay for a living, so yes. But on a deeper level, magic has changed the world. It's essential for all of us. Its mere presence should make us pause and think about what we want from our lives. I have an older sister who works in finance. 60-hour a week, entire career mapped out. When I meet her, all I can think now is, your normal is even weirder and more pointless than before. Magic is here. It proves the world isn't just atoms and molecules. So what's the point of slaving away to afford a better car? Does it get more meaningful than that? We should all just take some time off and reconsider what we're doing. And you and I, we're even more lucky. We get to experience all of this up close. Man, he's got buck teeth. They're right. I am extraordinarily lucky to be able to stay here. I should keep that in mind. Draw from every last bit of energy I have, and make the most of my stay here. An episode of a detective show featuring a German Shepherd dog is playing. That's Inspector Roofs, right? Or Sergeant Roofs. Commissioner Ruffs, you made it out. We thought you were in the building when it exploded. Oh my God, I've never been happier to see that rascal. Who's a good boy? And wait, what is that in his mouth? The Blue Heart Diamond! He found it! Who's getting a promotion? You! Yes, you! We are amused! Reach 200 amusement. I think I'll revisit either Doberkogel or Hinterval today. As unsightly as those slimy tendrils that popped up everywhere are, I'm definitely going to keep an eye out for them. See if they lead to interesting new places. Don't forget we promised to go to that museum opening tonight. So, what are your plans for today? I don't think the rain is going to let up anytime soon. It's comfy here, though. Sheltered, listening to the raindrops. Tolerably warm once I'm out of the wind. Yawn. I remember being a kid in the backseat of my parents' car, looking out the window at a highway in the rain, listening to the sound of the wipers against the windshield. Drowsy and at rest, because there was nothing I was supposed to be doing, and nothing of interest to focus on. It would be nice to spend more time in the backseat of other people's cars now. Just have someone else take the wheel for a while. Don't have to talk. Don't have to be in control of anything. Don't have to be such an adult all the time. Just watch the rain on the highway and listen to the wipers. Good, you're here. I think we're just in time. Let's go. You know the way? This evening is probably going to increase my familiarity. Follow me. I don't know why you thought you needed to tell me that. It's not like I had a choice in the matter at this point. And although I much prefer to look towards the future, big things to come, people. We should all have a look at the past as well, once in a while. This museum, co-curated by a renowned international expert on magic and slaying. She's angry at me. This museum will certainly enlighten school children from all over the country, nay, the entire world. But I've kept you waiting long enough. The museum is officially open. Professor, I leave the rest of the evening in your very capable hands. You're not coming inside? Another engagement. A mayor's work is never done. Well then, shall we go have a look? I believe the buffet has tiny schnitzel rolls. Hey, did you know the first official record of a Hinterberg is from the year 1136? Fascinating stuff. This is interesting, though. Around 1440, Hinterberg saw a mass exodus of villagers. Doorways in the woods, whence goblins and witches spewed forth. Remind you of something? Ah, yes, the 1440 incident. I thought that would catch your eye. It says here that Hinterberg returned to normal around 20 years later? For a while, yes, but there were several periods over the centuries when reports of supernatural activity were atypically frequent. Perhaps the most high-profile account being by the Emperor's cousin Waltraud. Her Highness spent every spring in the village until 1905, when she suddenly kept seeing ghosts in her grand hotel suites. Oh, poor Waltraud. You know, she had quite a reputation for seeing ghosts everywhere. Let's go back to 1440. The dungeons disappeared after a while? They did. Legend has it that a brave local farmer entered every doorway he could find and slew all the goblins. Of course, we must take stories like these with a large grain of salt. So if I go in every dungeon, that means the magic goes away? I don't know if I want that, but of course I don't want monsters, so... There are already a few people who bested every present-day dungeon in Hinterberg, and none of the portals have shown any signs of disappearing. Did they do the secret dungeon? Ha! Just imagine if they did. And now, if I may direct your attention to our collection of 19th century mountaineering gear, you'll find we have some exquisite exhibits. It's the year 1440. Somewhere around here, a doorway opens in the middle of the forest. Out come a bunch of kobolds. The villagers are terrified. They leave Hinterberg in masses. No slaying-themed bars. No merch. Just primal fear. Psst! You owe me a report! Come up here? I'll treat you to breakfast. Way too conspicuous. Let's take a walk. Oh, that does look bad there. So much for my plans of blowing the whistle on that pipe spilling goo into the lake. This stuff is coming out of the sewers every morning now. Nobody's going to care about some rusty old pipe. Same old thing as with the tendrils. We just collectively decided to ignore them. It's like, this is just how we live now. What do you think is happening here? Aren't you supposed to be the Slayer extraordinaire? What's your take? Maybe this is how magic behaves when it's on the ropes? There's a lot of people here making short work of the dungeons. Perhaps it's reacting to that? You took a trip on the school bus. Aside from the total lack of air conditioning, did you find anything interesting? There was another dungeon there. Looks like you actually got 26 in total. That was the wrong choice. That was actually the real 25th, because the other 25th one was a fake. Yeah. Or maybe one of the other ones you visited was a fake put up by the mayor's office. Ring any bells? Huh. Alright, so we have a dungeon hidden away in a remote location in Hinterwald. And another one that's basically a dressed up cave in the forest, with some fancy LED lighting for portals. Someone went through all that trouble to put up a fake dungeon. Why? There's a legend that says if somebody completes every dungeon, they all disappear. Heard about it last night at the museum. Yes, you catch on fast. And what happens if the dungeons disappear? No more tourism. Let me answer this one, since it's so obvious. No more of that sweet, sweet tourist money. Which means someone gets voted out of a job. What about the pipe we saw then? You think that's connected as well? We'll see. But it wouldn't be our mayor if there wasn't a plan B. She's making her own monsters. Whatever she's planning, she won't just fold now that you found the real 25th dungeon. It'd be best to keep our circle of confidants small. Right now, Mayor Wagner only has you to worry about. If word got out about the secret dungeon, she might just close down some dungeons altogether to prevent people from finishing all 25. Stay alert, Slayer. I have a feeling there's more to this. There's Desolate Castle in Brunelsumpf. Alex! Okay, let me see if I've got all of this straight. You've spent the morning with this local girl, Thea. Thea, right. So, that dungeon you broke into, where Mayor Wagner had her little welcome party, that was the real 25th? Yep. And the one we met in the other day, that wasn't actually a dungeon? Just a cave with enough props to fool anyone who isn't looking too closely? That's what I'm telling you. You realize what that means, right? Yeah, it means I'm pretty smart since I figured it out. Smartest of the bunch. But I was thinking about the legend we heard at the museum last night. As soon as anyone completes all 25 dungeons, magic will disappear. Here, yes. But here's the thing. There's professional slayers. I've already talked to 2 or 3 of them. So that means that this must be a recurring thing in other areas. Unless they're slaying something besides monsters. Okay, let's assume for a moment that we're right about this. What are you going to do now? Beat all the dungeons. How do you mean? You may actually be the first person ever who can finish all of the real Hinterberg dungeons. And if you do, all of this, it'll go up in a puff of smoke. If all that is the case, I'm asking you, what now? Well, again, if there's professional slayers, that means there's other places with dungeons. Which also means that they must occasionally get cleared and reset. Unless everyone is doing the same thing. But if the magic is getting worse and worse and worse, essentially what you're having is a situation where portals are popping up in various places and the slayers have to go clear them. Except for here, which is billing itself as a tourist attraction. But if magic is going to keep flooding the sewers and making earthquakes and shooting gooey tendrils into the sky, you need to go and shut down the portals before it gets worse. I'm going to complete every dungeon here and save the town. Honestly, love, if it were me, I don't know. Maybe this is where I'd pack my bags and go home. Why would I do that? This isn't a game anymore, Louisa. Look around. Coming here is such a life-changing experience for so many people, the 2 of us included. You and I, we're not the only ones who deserve a little magic in our lives. This place is something special to tens of thousands of people who come here every year. Not to mention there are a lot of jobs in this village. People in this village that depend on the dungeons. You want to just take all of that away? Why? Magic puts up these dungeons for us. It gives us all these spells and set up challenges that are just tough enough that we can overcome them. Whatever it is, and whatever its reasons, it clearly wants something from us. There's a message there, and the mayor is actively suppressing it. You think all these earthquakes are a coincidence? Are the slimy tendrils? You sure this won't just get a lot worse? We're dealing with something big, something unknown, and it's already lashing out. I think you're reading a whole damn lot into all of this, and you really have no right to make that decision for all of us. Tell you what, go out tonight, find someone to hang with. Then think about whether they'd really be better off if the dungeons were gone. Okay, I'll hang out with Thea. I'll talk to you later. Maybe a good night's sleep will get your head straight. I don't know why you keep defending her. I'm not defending anybody. I'm just saying I don't know that Aunt Karen is to blame for all of this. Benefit of the doubt, you know. Figures. You'd always much rather doubt me than the establishment. Oh, hey Louisa. Is this a bad time? Nah, maybe if you joined us. Maybe that would be a good thing? Okay, so back me up here, Louisa. What do you think is going on in Hinterberg? Mayor Wagner hid a dungeon away so that nobody ever completes all 25. I believe the earthquakes you're seeing are a direct consequence of that. There, straight from the Slayer's mouth. Believe me now? All I'm saying is Aunt Karen knows what she's doing. You don't have to trust her, and I get it if you don't, okay? But I do. That's exactly our problem. Everything here is falling apart, and you still trust them more than me.
No, the problem is that you can't stand it if I have one different opinion. I know Aunt Karen. You totally don't.
Psh, she's not even his real aunt.
I know that. Everybody knows that. She's been around since I was a kid is all. I don't have to stop calling her that just because you hate her.
Golly, if only my family were invited to all her fancy garden parties. I'm sure I'd see things her way.
Hey, you could come to those, you know. My dad always says so. Just maybe don't put everybody down for once. They don't like you.
Get it in your head that I don't give a damn if they like me. I've thought about it. I'm going to leave Hinterberg. There. They can stay among their rotten cells for all I care.
What do you think, David? Yeah, I think you should go.
What?
You're not happy here. You've never been. It's obvious, okay? You should go see if you can be happy somewhere else.
Wah wah. You need me.
Yeah, but not if you're miserable. I don't want to be the reason for that.
David.
I don't have to find out who I am. Dad's been talking about retirement every day. I'll be right here working at the inn. Probably forever. But I'm alright, and you're not. If you have to leave to figure out stuff about who you are, then you should. Don't stay here because of me. I can come visit.
It's the year 1905. The Emperor's cousin is panic-stricken. A glowing portal has appeared in the middle of her grand hotel suite. Some bellboy is sent in to investigate. Poor fellow returns scared out of his mind and is sent right into the next portal. What in the... I'm not alone in here. Do I make a run for it? Grab my sword? The creature isn't moving. Doesn't look like it's going to jump at me. What are you doing here? I don't understand why you're here. Speak if you, can. I don't feel threatened. I'm not sure what I'm feeling. My skin is tingling, like I just went through a portal. Are you alright? Things aren't exactly going as planned, are they? Shake your head yes or no, at least. Or just sit there and be useless. And explode. Ooh, ting-tings! It left something behind. 3 somethings. A bunch of gear. Good quality, too. Ooh, magic entities stuff. Whatever this was, I think I got the message. Magic wants me here. It wants me to press on. It's 3 years ago. Famous alpinist Klaus Hornbacher intrepidly steps into the first of 25 dungeon portals that have appeared all around Hinterberg. As he re-emerges, the villagers cheer! Other dungeons had appeared in several places around the world only a few weeks ago, attracting the attention of scientists, the media, and of billionaire adventurers from around the globe. Footage of Klaus solemnly stepping out of the portal is all over the news. Faces in the background beaming with joy. Beaming like they all just won the lottery. Fraulein Louisa Dorfer? Can I see your ID, sir? My, I'll be out of your hair in a minute, Fraulein. Just here to deliver a message. I'm here by the request of the mayor, Mayor Wagner. She wishes to dine with you tonight, at the inn on Main Square. 7:30, if you please. That's all she said. Is this the first time you're on errand duty for the mayor? You seem uneasy. Look, if you could just accept the invitation, would be a load off my shoulders, frankly. It's fine, I'll go. If only out of curiosity. And to progress the story. Not like I had a choice. Thank you, Fraulein. Enjoy your sleigh, please. Will do. That was interesting. Poor cop. Relegated to messenger and still nervous as hell about it. I'll see what this is about tonight. Not a lot of people that pick this spot for an afternoon by themselves. I certainly wouldn't. Not if they could be lying in a green pasture instead, or watching the sunlight fall through the leaves in Hinterwald, or sitting on a solid object instead of a boat that sunk into the mud. Me, I'm enjoying the scenery. It makes no pretense of being pleasant. All the serenity of looking at nature when you're not used to it, without any of the sentimentality. If my flatmate Carol were here, I bet she wouldn't even take a selfie. She'd hate this place. I don't. Well, there's a nice flower right beside you. I don't need a postcard. I'm happy feeling cold and alone for a little while. Happy? Satisfied, maybe. Never happy. And then take a hot shower once I get home, before I head out into the village.
Ah, Fräulein Dorfer. The mayor has already been seated. Let's not keep her waiting, shall we?
The innkeeper is leading me to a little supperee. The mayor likes her VIP treatment. Big table for two.
Fräulein Dorfer, thank you for coming. What do you say we skip the pleasantries and get right down to business?
Not even a how do you do? It would make the evening more palatable. Fine. You know the dungeons will disappear once someone completes them all. So you put up a fake dungeon and you hid away the real 25th. Yes, I did. Roughly 400 jobs would go away if the dungeons disappeared tomorrow. It would be a disaster. My job is to protect our people. I do it every day. I take it very seriously. It's clear that magic wants us to engage with it, to finish its dungeons. It gives us spells. It sets up challenges for us to overcome. Whatever it is, everything points to it having a will of its own. You already have earthquakes in your village, goose seeping out of your gutters, sewers. You have no way of knowing how bad this will get. You know, I really like that spunk of yours. Reminds me of myself when I was your age. You perceive a wrong, so you want to right it. I understand that. Believe it or not, I am quite righteous myself. But Louisa, you're an outsider here. Did you ever stop to think that you may not have all the facts? That I've been dealing with magic for 3 years now? That my office might have it well under control? Obviously not. I know that magic wants to communicate with us. You're silencing it, and it's starting to lash out. You need to stop right now while you still can. Ah, yes. You're a magic visitor. We're getting to the core of it. You seem to have such a knack for engaging with magic. If I didn't know better, I'd even say it seems to like you. And I hear you're looking for a new career as well? So here's why we're having this conversation tonight. Hinterberg could use a new trainer to guide our rookie adventurers. Believe me when I say nobody is going to complete all 25 dungeons. Ever. There's just too much at stake to let that happen. But you're smart. Assume that what I just said is a fact, and that you could still play a very constructive role here. Do something meaningful. The salary would be, well, it would be incredible, and you'd be in the presence of magic constantly. If you really think it poses any danger, perhaps you can help calm it down. So how about it? You want the job? No, I don't take jobs from people who keep cocking their head at me. Did you really think this was going to work? That your little smirk is charming? You're endangering the lives of your citizens, and I'm going to put a stop to it. I'm going to complete all 25 dungeons. You know full well you don't have no legal ground. Yes, yes. I memorized a lot of speeches in my line of work, and yours was amateur work, frankly. I don't need to hear it twice. So let me lay out what'll happen instead, since you're an outsider and all that. Your hostess, Teresa, needs her license to run her guest house renewed. Your friend Hannah is running a business out of a private house, very much against the law. And I can fire Klaus tomorrow. He's already way past being useful. From now on, every villager you're friends with will feel just how toxic you are, and I'll make sure everyone else knows you're trying to put them out of a job. Pack your bags and go home. Nobody needs you here, and when I'm done, nobody will want you here either. Waiter, bill, please. Alex, mind if I take a seat? I don't know, Louisa. Have you changed your mind? Yeah, I thought so. There's something I wanted to tell you about. The other night... Look, I really don't have time right now. I'm heading out, going into a dungeon, while I still can, before you take all this away from us. You just let me know if you get your head straight and do what you want me to do, in other words. This is a nice spot. Good view of the lake. I did not expect someone like you would come this far. Didn't expect the big icy guy to strike up a conversation either. Yeah, I'm going to finish every dungeon here. Someday. We'll see. Come, we shall see what you've got. Sure, let's go. Where to? We must train. See that you're prepared for what's to come. Sword in hand. Spending the evening training with Renault would probably increase my renown. Signature. Give me a signature first. Hey, would you mind signing this? It's a petition against Town Hall, closing down Hannah's smithy. Maybe if I get to know him better. Jeez, why couldn't you be like Danny who just immediately signed it? Or Jay? Ah, whatever. I know I don't know him enough to give a gift, so let's just spend some time in advance. I got the most renown in town. This village, fools, all of them. They stand against a ghoulish force. And what do? Invite it into their house. Cheer it on. Dogs, pacified by the burglar's poisoned sausage. Yep, very poetic. These things, all they sow is chaos. And so we must be prepared. Unsheath your blade. Alright, I'll wreck those dummies. No, I was going to hit Renault. Take your sword. Show these creatures they have no power in this realm. Okay. I have no magic. I still have my, how many times? That will do. Sit. Let us eat. I was just about to use an attack conduit. Sure. Where do you want to go? I've brought sandwiches. Your technique is adequate. Who was your master? I learned the basics in Vienna, but really, I picked most of it up in the dungeons. From your agility, I would have expected special forces training. There is, however, a quality you lack: aggression. You are powerful, but you are timid. I'm not. I'm a little over forward on my attacks. Alright, let me hear it. Stand up.
Throw your sandwich into the dirt.
No, my sandwich.
Fight these monsters like this is your last stand. Do not hold back, not for a moment. Show me you never tire.
You better have more sandwiches. Whatever inventory he pulled it out of. Okay. There, I'm doing way more damage. Oh, I just noticed there's a style counter on the left. I've been so focused just hitting people and dodging attacks, I've never noticed there was a counter that gave buffs on the left.
You learn fast. See how your power increased with every desperate blow?
Either that or he just unlocked that.
It is the dance of death. Practice it. No more holding back from here on. That is all for tonight. I am impressed. Seek me out again.
Did the Fraulein sleep well today?
Klaus is such a sweet person. Wouldn't you agree? So what's your destination for today? What's not to get, bestie? You said this place serves coffee. I'm a coffee addict. Let me have it. 1 tall avocado Kopi Luwak slushy, 3 shots espresso, pretty pleased with a cherry on top. Oh, thought blip, a cherry on top. Add that, okay? Temperate!
You'll notice the menu on your table. Pick something from that. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Man, today is just old yogurt all the way. There I woke up saying to myself, "Hi boyfriend, you're gonna finish a dungeon today." As if. Carl got sick. My spotter. You ever try doing a dungeon without a spotter? Can't be done. Hey, can you take a seat? Makes talking a gazillion times easier.
Please give me a signature. Hey, would you mind signing this? It's a petition against Town Hall closing down Hannah's smithy.
Yes, I love signing things. Let's see, I always forget what my signature should look like.
Louisa, I don't know how, but you did it. A letter from the zoning department. They're saying I can run my business here, and I'm fully licensed. I really don't know what to say. I had never felt so helpless. You're very welcome, Hannah. Glad I could help. Yay, now I need you to show me how to enhance my armor. I really don't know what to say, except thank you. You saved my smithy. There's something I'd like to show you. Do you have time tonight? This place is my home, not just my business. There's a memory in every hammer, every pair of tongs. I took out a loan to buy it. If Julian had forced me to shut it down... everything just has to be so complicated. I want to do good work, nothing more. Not deal with zoning departments.
Sounds like you need a business partner.
Yep. Have you thought about teaming up with someone else? Someone who can take care of the business side? I tried that with Julian. He left me out in the cold to found his mega store. But something like this will never happen again. I will read every book I can find on running a business. These people are never going to hurt me again. And I'm not going to hold back against Gear and More anymore either. There are some goods and services I wasn't offering because I wanted to be a good neighbor, despite everything. Screw them. I like the sound of that. Come. We have work to be done. I used to craft my own gear here. It had soul. It had magic energy. It was magnificent. Nothing like the assembly line work you'd buy from Gear and More. It will take time to get that started again. I need suppliers. Sapphire dust isn't easy to come by. But until then,
I can work with whatever armor you give me, add my own touch to it. There's no piece of corporate manufactured gear that can't be improved. Here, I can show you. This feels good. Right, like I should have done it a long time ago. And I have you to thank for making it possible. I am thankful that we've met, Louisa.
Good morning, Fraulein. The police had another busy night. Some monsters invaded a farm at the foot of Doberkogel. Enjoy your sleigh.
I can do 2 weeks of promo in September, and I'll wear the sneakers if you make East Asian press a priority.
Done. What about the silk steel?
The silk steel armor is a non-starter, Jason. We've been over this. I'm not going into a dungeon wearing a millionaire's toy.
Sure, your brand's your temple. I get it. Just think about it, is all I'm asking. I'll get the deeds sorted. Then we can pop the champagne, yeah? Always a pleasure, Jay.
Likewise. Hey.
How's the hip doing?
Barely noticeable now. Told you it was nothing. You got time for a drink? Been spending the entire evening discussing sneaker endorsement deals. Would be nice to talk about something more real.
Yep. Let's give her a gift. Jay could probably use a sleeping mask. She probably has jet lag.
Whoa, that's really cool. Thanks so much. Here, let me give you something too.
A small HP potion, thanks. Literally one of the least useful items you could give me.
Took a trip to Hinterberg today. There's a dungeon there that's just wild. Gravity all messed up, walking sideways on walls.
I don't think I've been to that one yet.
Want to know where it is?
Yep. Sure, where?
Take a right, just after you arrive in the forest area. You'll have to walk across one of those slimy tendrils. I think you'll like this dungeon. Definitely one of the weirdest. See, this is why I love slaying. Every time I think I finally got a handle on it, the whole thing suddenly changes. Like a good dance track. Just when you get into the groove, it hits you with something you didn't expect. Honestly, wish I could just cancel tomorrow morning's 10 o'clock and go up to Colmstein. Got a contract signing for a sponsorship with an axe manufacturer. That's going to be at least another week posing for promo shots.
From what I've heard, you're very well off. Why not skip an opportunity or two?
It's not really about the money. Not for me, anyway. Okay, let me ask you something. You ever felt like your whole life was laid out for you, and you hated everything about it?
Yeah, I felt something like that, yeah.
My parents are big in the media business. Big as in own a giant conglomerate. They've been raising me to take over the company ever since the first day of that stuck-up private school. You have to understand, ours isn't a family where one just goes off and does their own thing. Not typically. But this is my life. I'm not going to spend it in their shadow, managing their legacy.
Is that why you're working yourself so hard? Trying to be financially independent?
I'm working myself hard because I have no interest in being an heiress for a living. You know how hurtful it is when some journalist calls you a rich kid with a hobby? I'm not going to be someone who coasts on other people's achievements. My accomplishments are my own. Believe it or not, it's not about being the face of an ad campaign or the cover of some magazine or the cash. It's about looking at myself in the mirror, knowing I've done something worthwhile on my own. That's what I'm working towards every day.
You think you'll ever be satisfied with yourself?
Ha! The jury's still out on that. But I'm doing what I can. Haven't gotten something like that off my chest in a long while. You're a good listener. Oh, right. I got something for you. It's an attack conduit. Had to think of you when I got it. It matches your style of fighting much better than mine. Let's talk again soon, yeah?
Good morning, Fraulein. You sure look like you have an appetite today. Teresa is trying to sound warm and cheerful, but there's a strain in her voice. Is she hiding something? Maybe she just knew an earthquake was coming. Did you feel that? I did. Is it a giant? It's another earthquake. What is everyone looking at? Everybody is just standing there, waiting for something catastrophic to happen. Waiting for this to be the big one. Or at least they get out of the buildings. But nothing else happens. Eventually we all just shake it off and continue with our day. Just another earthquake. A mild one this time. Lucky Hinterberg. That looked like it shook enough it should have broken windows. This has to stop. I could just do something by myself this evening. Nobody says I have to be social all the time. Spending the evening at the spa would improve my relaxation and increase my health. Thousands of tiny bubbles dig into my legs and back, sore from the afternoon's exercise of killing a boss. My body is limp, my gaze fixed on moving water, my ears full of smooth, soothing noise. For a moment, I'm completely absorbed, all blank. Nothing left but a body at rest. Then, something in me stirs. I should capture the feeling, bring home a souvenir, bottle some water. And I'm me again, lighter than before, but the sensation of not being there is gone. By the way, that thing that looks like a snorkel sticking on the side of this tub is a water fountain. They're great fun to stand under. My hands are getting wrinkly. I should get out of the water. Fräulein Dorfer, might you have a moment? I received an unusual call yesterday. From the mayor's office. You see, my license for the guest house is up soon. I have to get it renewed. Let me guess. They want you to kick me out. See, the house is over 200 years old. They keep adding new building codes, and I can't comply because it's under preservation order. In short, I need them to turn a blind eye here and there. And they're not going to this time. I don't understand, Fraulein. You're a perfectly pleasant guest. What could you have possibly done to get on the mayor's bad side? Hinterberg's dungeons will disappear once someone finishes them all. So your mayor hid one of them, deep in Hinterwald, and she put up a fake dungeon so no one would notice. Magic isn't a mindless force of nature. It wants us to complete its dungeons. Mayor Wagner is trying to prevent that. The earthquakes, the tendrils that burst out of the ground, everything that's been going on. It's magic raging against the mayor's deceit, and it's getting worse. That woman is going to be our doom. As if things weren't already bad enough around here. I've been to the secret dungeon. I can complete all 25. I'm going to put a stop to all this. A Hinterberg without magic. Well, perhaps. We could certainly do worse. It's been nice having so many guests. But there are days when I don't recognize our village anymore. You stay, Zen Louisa. Stay and finish your quest. I can stall them, at least for a little while. Hinterberg without magic. Yes, it's about time we return to calmer days. Alex, look, can we talk? I don't know what there is to talk about, frankly. It was fun playing detectives with you, but this has gotten very real. I'm out. You just want your fun little holiday, is that it? And damn the consequences? I don't even know how to respond to that. This place does not belong to you. Magic does not belong to you. Get it through your head that this is just not your call. Corroded metal. I don't get who would want to put a sculpture like that in their house or their garden. The material just conjures up the sound of fingernails scraping across a chalkboard. The idea of an artist wielding a blowtorch is kind of fascinating, though. Hard to think of a cruder, more violent tool to express yourself. A hammer?
Hi, I'm Henning.
Hey, I'm probably not going to buy anything. Is it okay if I just have a look around?
You take all the time you like. I'll be over here if you have questions.
At least he's not a pushy salesman. I could spend the evening looking at Henning's art. It'd probably increase my familiarity. Sure, why not? I don't know what that attack conduit is. When I was 17, I had a phase where I wanted to become a camera operator. I read every blog I could find on cinematography, memorized standard lenses, lighting rigs, types of shots. I took thousands of photos, too. All of them crap. I haven't taken pictures in years. I was going for a real career, not a pipe dream. Excuse me? Henning? Is this a sculpture of a person holding a camera?
I call it tourist taking a picture of a dungeon portal.
Henning politely waits for a follow-up question. Then he trots off. I don't think he expects to sell a lot of these. I can't make heads or tails of this one. Never figured out how to look at sculpture. It's a flying house. If it's a canvas, I know how to behave. Stand still, a couple of meters away, for about half a minute. Then on to the next one. Personally, I find with sculptures that I want to circle it at least twice, and then also like a picture, I like to get closer up and further away so I can see different aspects of it. Am I standing in the right spot to be looking at this? It's the wrong question to ask with sculpture.
Any spot will do.
What's the piece about?
What do you think?
It's a cube that's fallen ill?
Ha, maybe. This one's about being too keen to appeal to everybody. It's a cube that's lost part of what makes it a cube.
And this one looks like a person kissing a big monster.
I guess that's what it looks like. Been thinking about moving it inside. It attracts a weird audience.
These all seem like commentary on the village.
My work is about what I see every day. Maybe I should filter it more. We have a couple of art exhibits on the main square every year, but my proposals always fall through. Mayor Wagner doesn't consider my pieces very relevant, or perhaps she doesn't appreciate the message. Either way, let me give you my card. It's nice to have someone come by who shows an interest. The card doubles up as an attack conduit, so don't toss it out.
Something's going on outside. It sounds like... Are they fighting? Oh, she did take her sword. I told you shouldn't have monsters rot next to the town. I told you that in the very first episode. You had them on your promenade. Or maybe not. They look a little more silver.
Louisa! The whole village is overrun. The monsters are coming from the main square. See if you can make it down. I'll handle them here. Main square, now, go!
I got these. You take the route to the left. Get moving!
Louisa! Help! All clear?
Clear.
Are you all right?
Yeah, thanks to Louisa. Louisa, Maybe we just fought this morning. Ma'am, if we can bother you for just a moment, we have some questions for our report.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you in the morning, Louisa.
Are you sure you're all right?
Yeah, bit shaken, but I can handle it. See you tomorrow. Okay, a little secret about me. I've always been terrible at apologies. Straight up garbage. But boy, do you deserve one. So I'll really make an effort, okay? You, mind if I sit?
Go right ahead. Can't wait for this apology.
Let's get the easy part out of the way. You are right. It's clear as day now. Hinterberg is in serious danger. Someone needs to finish all the dungeons, and it can't be too soon. That someone is you.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you coming around.
Yeah, well, guess that brings us to the harder part. You remember when you first arrived here, all anxious and ready to go back home? Gotta admit, it felt real good to take you under my wing those first few days. Teaching you the ropes made me feel like an arch wizard in a hip, totally non-nerdy way. But you have that knack for magic, that connection to it. Man, this is hard.
I assume she's about to say she's going home because of how bad it's getting. Come on, spit it out.
I was so jealous. I've been here for months, and I know I'm really good at this. And then there you are, and within weeks you get, what? A freaking visit from magic in your room. It was killing me that wasn't me. I'm sorry, Louisa.
I'm glad we're making up. I can't do this without Alex. Whatever my differences with anybody here, now is the time to lay them to rest. Hinterberg needs us. Yay! Relationships with everyone in Hinterberg now level up faster. Also got the heart-to-heart achievements. No more magic! No more magic! No more magic! No more magic!
Are they heading for the main square?
Come on, let's see what this is about. No more magic! Shut down the dungeons. No more magic. I imagine there would be a lot more people than that. Citizens of Hinterberg, friends! What we witnessed last night was an outrage, a complete and utter failure by law enforcement to protect us. At 7 a.m., I dismissed the head of police. I am now taking steps to ensure we have enough forces on the streets to never let this happen again.
Oh, stop it, Karen. This has gone too far. Shut it all down.
Yeah, down with the dungeons. I assure you, we're all perfectly safe.
The police won't protect us from earthquakes.
You've given me your trust these past 3 years. All I ask you now is for just a few more days. Something big is going to happen. Be excited. It's going to be magical.
No more magic.
No more magic. You ungrateful. Ah! I'm turning this village into a €1 billion industry, and you just can't stay quiet.
Down with the dungeons.
Well, guess what? You want to chant? Chant. You entitled brats are going to be kissing my hands when this is all over.
Ooh, the villain's having a bad time.
She's completely unhinged. She's planning something. You better get out there and find your next dungeon fast. Oh yeah, who's my real good boy?
Woof.
Man, you're the best. Been seeing you around, okay? And he's gone. He's a lot less shy now, isn't he? He's an entirely different person. Yesterday, he couldn't stop getting pets from a group of day tourists. You've changed him. It's certain. I've watched you two, the way he eased up with you.
Woof.
What is it, buddy? You want to hang? There's a lot going on. This might be the last evening I get to spend with my buddy. Ominous? Hanging out with him would certainly add to my relaxation. Yeah, let's hang out with the dog. You mean Burlington? Burlington. So you're less shy now, huh? Tell you what, that's going to do you some good. There's a whole lot of people around here who are going to want to be your friend. What with you being such a hecking good boy.
Woof.
I don't know if I had anything to do with him easing up. I like the idea, though. This vacation is changing me a lot. It's a nice thought that I'm leaving some changes behind as well. Guess we both got a lot easier around strangers. There's something else. Something he's changing in me. And if this were in Hinterberg, I'd laugh it off as superstition. With the way he helped me in the forest, I think I've become a lot more alert to my surroundings since I met him. Like, I'm paying more attention to my environment when I'm out exploring. That's a pretty weird thought, huh, buddy? Woof. Never mind. I'm just glad I made such a good friend. Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it? Is it true you beat the basilisk up on Kulmstein? Amazing. That one has a reputation for being quite aggressive. So what's your destination for today? It is satisfactory then?
Satisfactory? That's the slickest dagger I've ever held. Just flawless work, Hannah. It's cool if I post it on my feed, yeah?
Hey, Hannah. You're finally back to crafting your own gear, huh? I just sold my first new piece. Making it was a joy I had missed dearly.
I know you have a lot on your mind, but I'll celebrate my smithy's rebirth. I'd like you to join me. My shop would have been shut down if it weren't for you, after all. This might be the last evening I spend with Hannah. You, got anything mandrake based? And I want it to smoke. Lots of smoke, please. I didn't expect you to pick this bar. It doesn't seem like your style. You seem a lot more crunchy than a nice bar. This is where Hinterberg's business owners go and network. It's time I give it a try. Hey, I like Julian. Hannah! What in the... Hey, Julian. Stop trying to poach my employees, okay? Post your help wanted leaflet somewhere else. What? Can't handle your own medicine? So you're finally growing some teeth, huh? Believe it or not, I like it. Makes things more interesting. You do your worst. We'll see what happens. Oh, I kind of like him a little better now. You're hiring? An apprentice, yes. Running my business the right way is such a time suck. I don't have time to fulfill every order myself anymore. It's great to see you taking charge of your business. I will do what I have to. I've received another letter from the magistrate as well. I think the mayor isn't quite done making my life complicated. But I'm not going to roll over for anybody. My I's are dotted, my T's are crossed, and I've lawyered up. All these books on business and trade laws are giving me headaches, but reading them makes me feel empowered. We all forge our own fortune. My shop is too important not to put in the work. It'll get easier in time. From the moment we first met, I could tell you have a special connection to magic. If you can hold a law degree and be this good at casting spells, I can handle some dry texts on tax regulations. What you've done means the world to me. Know that you've made a friend here. If you ever find yourself in need of gear, come to me. I'll sell you anything I've made at cost. Thanks, Hannah. I'm looking forward to visiting your shop again. Take good care of yourself, Louisa, and thank you for everything. Is the ground shaking? Oh no, this feels real bad. I have to get out, now! Poor Miss Schultz. She just paid off her house. Luckily, I have a vacancy. She can stay until they repair the damage. It's a miracle nobody got seriously injured. Or worse. This has got to stop. I'll make sure of it. They're protesting in front of the town hall every day, but the mayor isn't listening. She's just shut herself in. Last time we saw the mayor, she said something big is going to happen. The fake dungeon wasn't the entire plan. She's up to something else, for sure. Just 4 dungeons left. I can do this. You better hurry. I don't think we have much time left. Might be worth paying gear and more another visit this evening as well. I hear they just got new inventory. I'm kind of out of money, but okay. Klaus, is the tourist info closed for today? For today, and for a good while, most likely. The mayor fired me. Didn't even bother to show up in person. A simple letter by courier. I'm really sorry, Klaus. You know what? I don't even care anymore. You know, I never cared for being a celebrity. I used to go on TV because I cared about nature, about teaching people to respect and appreciate and enjoy their home, so that they'd think twice before leaving their litter all over it, or bulldozing all over it to build their shopping centers. I still have some sway with the media, and I'm planning to use it. Look around. Our home is falling apart. I'll tell every journalist willing to listen just what has been going on here. Would you be up for a drink, Louisa? I know you probably don't have much time left around here. Or if there's anything else you need, just let me know. Not like they can keep me from standing here, offering my services for free. Oh, and he picks this bar, huh? Interesting. You sure this is where you want to spend your evening? I wanted to see what it is that people get out of their stay here. Never been to this place before, you know? Most people here just want to see magic for themselves. They probably don't care that much what it is or what it wants. They want to experience something different and party while they're at it. You're different, so. I've seen enough adventurers come and go. Instantly knew you were something else, even on our first day. You understand that magic is something that we have to approach with a sense of wonder. Something that is here with a purpose, not for our entertainment. Got any idea what this purpose is? None whatsoever. But I'm hoping it'll reveal itself before this is over. Anybody who claims they know what's going on is a fool or a narcissist. So, any plans for what you'll do once this is over? When you finish your last dungeon and magic disappears from here. You know about that? I pieced it together when the village museum opened. A fake dungeon. The links this woman will go to. Maybe I'll go to Hastings or Venice. See other places with dungeons. Been thinking about that as well. Would be nice to go back to exploring for a change. In all likelihood, I'll stay here. Who knows? Maybe I'll go into politics. You'd make a great mayor. I told you, I never cared for being a celebrity. I went on TV to share my appreciation of nature. So why not take it one step further? I can be a celebrity to win an election, to change Hinterberg for the better. Go get 'em. I'll be rooting for you. You first. You're almost at the finish line. We all need to keep you going. I'm happy I met you, Louisa. I wish the circumstances had been better, but you changed something in me. I felt like I was this resigned has-been, unhappy with how things were going, but unable to change anything. You have all this energy. You refuse to let anybody keep you down. You just do what it takes, and nobody in the world can stop you. I'll try to be more like you. For now, I think there's one more thing I can teach you. Think you're about ready. I am proud to call you my friend, Louisa. Go give them hell. Good morning, Fraulein. Someone told me you completed the Windsbrat dungeon. I heard she is a tough nut to beat. So, have you decided where you'll be going today? Renaud,
You thinking about joining the campfire tonight?
I just left. They were discussing hotel mattresses. We should not waste our time on these lightweights.
Got a better plan?
Ice cream, and then you and I talk.
Alright, let's give him a gift. He needs to lighten up, so I'll give him a lighter.
An adequate gift. Here, take this in return.
HP snack. I guess that wasn't one of his favorite gifts. I think favorite gifts give you potions and not ones give you snacks.
1 scoop of black licorice, 1 cherry. You will not put sprinkles on it. Put it on my tab, along with the ladies.
Wow. I mean, coming right up, sir.
Louisa, let us take a walk.
What did she get? I want to know her order. I guess they're getting it later. You're not much of a people person, are you?
What do you mean?
The ice cream stand. You could have been more polite, is all I'm saying.
I'm not interested in chit-chat with the ice cream saleswoman. I presume she isn't either. You, on the other hand, are too keen to make friends with everybody and their dog,
Burlington!
when you should be stealing yourself. We are standing on the edge of a precipice. We have eyes to see the abyss, ears to hear the roaring chaos below. Yet you fraternize with those who refuse to look or listen. You are dulling your own senses.
I'm learning a lot from everybody here. Wouldn't have come so far without them.
Of course you would have. You are too good to be a tourist.
Thanks. I'll take the compliment.
You and I, we do not get to choose who we are. We do not sit idly in our mansions and our rose gardens, while others take up arms against the forces of evil. For there are no others. We are the rarest of breeds. There will come a time when we are all that stands between mankind and a world of chaos. Ready yourself.
There are some amazing pro slayers around here. What about them?
Yes, what about them? They are doing this for their own gratification and nothing else. One good movie deal and they will drop their weapons. They are but children, chasing treats and the praise of their governess. One's own potential is a fearsome thing, Louisa. The bigger it is, the heavier the burden, and the shame if we fail to bring it to fruition. But you and I, we don't have to bear it alone anymore. For this, we can be thankful. Take this. It is among the most potent of charms. You will do well to keep it equipped at all times. I must withdraw now. I shall look forward to our next exchange.
Have a fun evening, Slayer? Hey, Thea! The pipe, by the lake. It stopped spilling goo yesterday. I brought a flashlight. Time to get to the bottom of this. Alright, let's move. If the pipe stopped spilling goo, something must have changed. Let's get ourselves a boat and investigate. Sure, I'm all up for climbing in a sewage pipe, magical sewage pipe. We haven't talked about the big earthquake yet. Are you and your family alright? Our house is fine, if that's what you mean. It's the one advantage of living in a tiny place. Less chance that a random tendril will tear it down. My friend David, though? One of those slimy things burst right through their garage. His dad is pissed. Yeah, I think I would be too. Alright, here we are. It's trespassing time! Is this going to be an extra dungeon? Stay close. I'm not a big fan of catching up with people. Shh! You hear that? No. I could have sworn I heard something. Here, take this, just in case. Thea's sword. How about you go ahead? Just a couple of steps. You know, you having a sword and all? Haven't seen a lot of monsters up close, but those look kinda different. You mean that they're silver? I've been seeing more and more of these. They're the kind that were in the fake dungeon, and the kind that rampaged through the village. Oh, that explains why they're silver. Huh. So, let's say you're the mayor, the evil Mayor Louisa, and you put up a dastardly fake dungeon. How do you actually make sure there's monsters in it? You know, I have a theory of what we're going to find at the end of this pipe. I have one as well. Let's find out if we're right. Bingo! You see all this? Oh hey, it's the charm shrinking girl. Whoa, over there! Yep. So scary. Are you level 6 as well? Run, Louisa! Now! Zoom in. No, she's my friend. I think that's the charm shrinking girl. I think that's her character model. Huh, I got goo on my clothes. Mom's gonna flip. Klaus can help you take that off. The goo, that is. You know, I'm starting to think our fake dungeon isn't the only cause for all the earthquakes after all. I think you might be right. Wagner couldn't just rely on nobody ever finding out about her secret dungeon. Eventually, someone would come along and stumble into it, and poof, no more magic money machine. So she's built this lab and found a bunch of eggheads to run it. To do, well, what? To create monsters for her fake dungeon? Gee, you really are the muscle on this team, aren't you? She wants to turn magic into something else. Something permanent and malleable. Something she can easily control. Bet she's already thinking about franchising it out. She's messing with a force she can't begin to understand. This is going to end in catastrophe. You better not waste any time now. It's clear she's gotten completely reckless. The monsters stampeding through our streets, every earthquake more violent than the last. Now that you're so close to the finish line, she's going to risk everything to complete her research in time. And we're all going to pay the price for it. Hurry up, Slayer. Yes, ma'am.
I am headed for Comstein. The air high up in the mountains always lets one think more clearly. Join me if you are in the area. Perhaps we can continue our training.
Renault in the snow. Renault seems to be having a really hard time staying on top of his board. Drat! And then he falls down.
Focus, Renault. Remember what the monks taught you.
Need any help?
No. Yes. I have been training since dawn, yet I can't seem to get the hang of this magical abomination.
Increase renown and help him out. Sure. Let's spend time with Renault. Whee. Oh, he's slow, but he's staying up. Not bad. See now? You just keep your knees bent. That's all there is to it.
How did you get so skilled at this?
You grow up in Austria, you're going to pick up some winter sports. You do know they're teaching classes up by the station. You could have just signed up for one.
The snow pitzels? That is a course for kids.
You should have said children. Whee!
Yes. Did you see that? Like being pushed down the hill by a million angels. All hail the Snow King. Like and subscribe. Here so he doth decree.
Like and subscribe for me too, please. As he flies off. Bet you this guy wouldn't have qualms about joining the Snow Pitzels.
That is because he is a child.
You know, just because most people here don't have your level of slaying skill, doesn't mean there's shame in learning from them.
Just what do you suppose I could learn from anybody here? How to do a magic headstand for a tabloid cover?
Professor Albert has been studying magic for years. I'm sure his insights could be valuable to you. Marina, the girl who worked the ice cream store, she works 2 jobs just to afford to stay here, and she still looks on the bright side of everything. I don't think I've ever met anyone with her kind of energy. Jay, the axe-wielding pro athlete, have you seen her move? It's mesmerizing. Everyone I met in Hinterberg has their own approach to slaying. They all have something that gives them a unique edge.
I am not like you. I do my best work when I work alone.
Look, you want to be an island? That's your choice. But don't kid yourself that you're better off for it. You'll be a better slayer if you connect with other people around here.
I can try. How do I begin?
By being ready to share what you know. You have amazing skills. Your advice can help other people here. Just don't lead with how you're here to battle the forces of darkness, okay? Leave that stuff for the second meeting. Hey, he's talking to Marina. Renault is standing at the railing where we first met, but something is different today. Okay, I just have to ask, just once. Are you a secret agent? I totally get that you couldn't tell me if you were, but I always thought, and it's been so hard not to ask you.
Intelligence agencies want team players, Marina. I am not a team player. Louisa, I was hoping to see you.
How are you two doing?
Marina, if you don't mind, there is something I must give Louisa. Louisa, are you free tonight?
You've been easing up a lot. I never thought I'd see you hanging out with Marina.
She has served ice cream to everybody in this village. Her insight is immense.
And she's fun to hang out with. Admit it.
I suppose so. I must thank you, Louisa. You have shown me the value of making connections. Not the least of which is my connection to you.
Walk and talk. Walk and talk.
I have spent years mastering the art of the broadsword. Yet you have come so far at a pace I could not dream to match. You are surpassing me in every way that matters.
I didn't think I'd be good at this. Turns out I am.
I'm glad for it. Our path ahead is still difficult. These are tumultuous times. Earthquakes, protests, monsters in the village. and yet I find myself at ease. More so than in a long time. You are a comfort to me, because I know you will prevail.
Walk and talk. Walk and talk. Guess not.
Whatever happens next, know that I will stand behind you.
Didn't expect that. You're not usually that modest.
This was never about me. All that matters is that somebody finishes the quest. You have taught me much. You understood the importance of taking an interest in your surroundings from the beginning. I never did. There is, however, one thing you still lack. A kick-ass sword.
A good pair of shades?
Gear. A sword befitting a warrior such as yourself. You may perhaps lack the strength to wield my broadsword, but I have something that will suit you perfectly. A sword made for a dancer of death. I call it Heartblade. Wield it well. It is priceless and the only one of its kind. You must rest now. There is much for you to accomplish tomorrow. Perhaps we can meet again, once this world is rid of magic. When we can rejoice and share laughter at our tales. I should like that very much.
A local news program is playing. There's a segment about a regional fair and its culinary offerings. And last, but very much not least, the Association of Local Bakeries is using the opportunity to prepare a very special treat. In an attempt to break the world record, 5 bakeries are working together to bake the world's largest crapfin. Crapfin? Really? A local specialty, crapfin are round pastry made of yeast dough filled with apricot jam and deep fried in clarified butter. Let's see what Master Baker Peter Friedel has to say about the challenges that come with this Herculean task.
This pot holds 900 liters of liquid fat. The spoon to stir the pot is made out of a boat oar and is over 2 meters long.
Oof, I am really getting sleepy.
Did the Fraulein sleep well last night? Did you finish all the dungeons on Dobakogel? Congratulations! That's quite an achievement to cross off your list. So, have you picked where you'll go today?
I sleep so well in Hinterberg. In Vienna, I'd wake up 2 or 3 times every night. It's probably the exercise. Put on a podcast just to be able to fall back asleep. Recurring dreams about getting stuck in tight places. All the stress, all the energy my job used to suck out of me. All that feels so distant here. I just close my eyes, listen to my breath, feel myself falling. And then it's 8 deep hours, and I wake up rested and fresh. Even more so after an afternoon out here. Jay, taking an evening off from training?
No, well, I'm not sure. I was going to train, but... You got time? Maybe just take a walk with me?
Is your cheek swollen? You having, like, allergy, anaphylactic something? Definitely looks swollen.
I could use a break. Just a short one.
Yep. Yeah, let's spend time with Jay.
I was up on Kolmstein earlier today. Fought a horde of monsters. Nothing out of the ordinary, really, until suddenly I had this strange moment. Like I was seeing myself from the outside, looking at the way my axe moved, as if I was watching a movie. I was completely in the zone. Every swing was a hit. Not a single mistake. Perfect fight. And at the same time, it felt like I had nothing to do with any of it. Like it was somebody else fighting instead of me. Don't know how to describe it any better. Never had anything like that happen before.
Did the feeling scare you?
It wasn't pleasant. Haven't been able to stop thinking about it either.
Having an out-of-body experience in the middle of just normal stuff, I don't know if that would be like you have way too much anxiety and stress, and that was a very weird panic attack, would be my first guess.
It was a really strange experience, and maybe it was a little scary. I've never felt this alien to myself.
Then again, she was also landing every hit, so maybe that's a good thing? Walk and talk, people. Do you have friends you can talk to about this? She's talking to you, hint, hint.
To tell you the truth, I'm not exactly used to making deep connections when I'm on the road. I don't have that kind of time, or that kind of attention to give, as bad as that may sound. Got a few old friends back home. Would be weird to give them a call like that out of the blue, though. Haven't seen any of them in ages. It's been almost a year since I've been home.
So you're on the road by yourself for a year, working every day like there's no tomorrow, and during all that, you're letting your friendships wither away? That sounds really unhealthy.
You don't know my life, all right?
Ooh, touch a sore nerve, huh?
Look, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to snap at you like that. I'm glad you're here and that you care enough to hear me out. Can we just walk some more? I don't feel like I should be going back to my hotel just yet, alone.
Sure, for as long as you like. We could go bother hinting over there.
Thanks. You know, I've never been on this street. Such a small village, and I haven't even seen all of it. It would be nice if you could show me around a little more.
Good morning, Fraulein. Is it true that you completed all the dungeons in Hinterberg? If you'd still like to go back sometime, there are some amazing scenic spots there as well. Good opportunity to relax for a day. So what's your destination for today? It's cool in the forest and the air is so clean. Just sitting here and taking deep breaths feels like I've done something good for myself today. Such a difference from spending my weekends exhausted on the couch with my work email open. Or decompressing once per week by taking boxing lessons in a stuffy gym. Back home, the best I usually feel is on Friday evening. The relief of not having to physically be at my job for 2 days. Nothing like this quiet, relaxed joy of listening to the wind in the trees, or the brook bubbling along. It's like I'm a different person here. Like I didn't just unpack my clothes into that closet, but the rest of my life as well. I feel a lot lighter for it. The noise of the village, tourists and adventurers, fades into perfect quiet surprisingly fast. Just the sound of my paddles idling in the water, and the occasional wave lapping at my boat. Somewhere, a sports car noisily leaves Hinterberg for the highway, and I think of home. I think of the work email I forgot to write, of my flatmate Carol inviting her friends to stay over for a week without asking me. I start rowing to shake these images, and I put all my body into it. I don't want my head to be back in Vienna. My arms hurt and my heart is pounding, but it works. A nature documentary is playing. The narrator has a very calming voice. I can't do David Attenborough. I don't know what he sounds like.
This young male wolf has made his way through the Alps for several days now, looking for a mate. Luckily, he can do so in relative safety nowadays, but this hasn't always been the case. Wolves were severely and methodically hunted in many Central European countries from the Middle Ages on until the 19th century, as they were considered a danger to livestock. It was only after the 1950s that populations started to recover again. Nowadays, the Eurasian wolf, as well as its subspecies, the Italian wolf, are legally protected in most European countries.
Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it? I do love how she's got the little stocking with an orange and a candy cane on the back of her bag. I heard you've completed every dungeon on Comstein. That's quite the feat, for sure. Enjoy your sleigh. Che, how are you feeling?
To tell you the truth, not any different. I'm nervous as hell all the time, and I can't even allow myself to think about slaying. But I'm taking your advice, pulling the brakes. I'm going to leave this place. Booked a flight. I'll just try and take it easy until then. Got time tonight? Would be nice to talk to you before I pack.
This will be the last evening. Yep, renowned. Yep, let's spend time. Sure. Anything you want to do?
Anything that doesn't involve running into other slayers would be nice.
Kick. That might run you into slayers. And I just did a boat. So let's go up the waterfall. I don't even know what waterfall you're talking about. Know the bridge up by the waterfall? Let's just head up there.
Yeah, that sounds really good. I called up a couple of old friends. Had no idea what to expect. We hadn't spoken in so long. Thought they might be mad that I call them now when I need them.
How'd it go?
Everyone was so supportive. Turns out one of them is in Switzerland right now, doing her PhD. I'm going to head there for a little while. Try and reconnect.
Have you considered going home? A familiar environment might be a good thing for you right now.
Yeah, I'll cross that bridge when I have to. Not quite ready to face my family yet. Look, it was really important for me that you were there when I needed someone. Without you, I'd probably have tried to push through this. And I would have made it that much worse. Honestly, thank you, Louisa. I don't normally make friends when I'm on the road. Hell, I don't normally make friends at all. That's the problem. I've been focusing on myself so much. Feels like you're the first real connection I've made in years. I had all but forgotten how important that is, to let other people in. I hope I get a chance to reciprocate someday. You ever need anything, even if it's 10 years down the line, well, call me anytime. I'd appreciate it if you did, really. One more thing. I won't be needing my gear for a while. I'll be as far from a dungeon as I can. So I'd like you to have this. Get in touch if I can ever do something for you, okay? Or if you just need a friend to listen to you. Or if you just feel like taking a break and having a chat. I'd really like that as well.
Brunelsumpf. There's one final dungeon left, and it's there. I should go and find it. This isn't... I don't know what this is. I don't know up or down. Got no sense of orientation. There's no temperature. I can't feel my bruises. I'm not even sure I'm breathing. You're in the void. Softly, everything swells up at once. There's light from every angle. Something that feels like vibrations or sound. And in a single moment, it all bursts. Every nerve in my body is rapid firing, a white-hot glare, incomprehensible and uniform. An endless orchestra playing every possible piece of music, all at once. Everything is so vast, unfathomably grand and full, and it keeps growing. And as it expands, patterns start to stand out. Bumps, swirls, colors. I know you. Is this the mayor's evil plan? No, 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 no! We were so close! An image of me comes back into focus. I'm Louisa. I'm a lawyer. Was a lawyer. I'm a slayer. I have a body. That is me. It's aching. It's being carried somewhere. What the hell is going on here? I have to find Mayor Wagner now. I have to stop her. But I don't have to do it alone. Wagner! Well, it looks like the new Hinterberg already has its first guest. I was hoping for an A-lister, frankly. A big VIP. Someone fitting the occasion. But you'll do. Look around. Look at the destruction. Is this your new Hinterberg? Oh, that? Don't concern yourself with that. I'll have it rebuilt in no time. Just a matter of finding the right personnel. See, people don't appreciate how excruciating my work is. You have a bold vision, you dare to think big, and then it all gets dragged into the mud by entitled staff, by incompetence, by the endless meetings, by having to convince every thick-headed hick that they just don't get it. But I'm finally past that stage now. Imagine your perfect holiday, a family-friendly theme park where every cog moves with clockwork precision. Every wish you could think of, your magical assistants will be at your service 24 hours a day. You are completely off the rails. I don't think so, Fraulein. Ooh, big boss. I was kind of looking forward to fighting an army of units to begin with. I mostly see a lot of hats and kobolds. Need I remind you that you're a guest here? Oh, wait a minute. Is that... Say, Fraulein, what's that in your hair? How absolutely delightful. We both have a little magic inside ourselves now, haven't we? Come closer. Let me see. It wasn't easy work taming magic, but all the energy and effort was so worth it. just to see you finally tamed as well. You meddling gnat, you permanent mosquito bite. What did you think you are? You think I'd let an outsider tell me how to run my village?
Did her statue break? Looks like her statue broke a little bit. Looks like her statue broke a lot. Oh, I thought that was playable. The Twisted Gooey Golem.
You stubborn little...
Guess not. I'm here. I don't have a name. I don't have words. No notion of past events. But I can feel myself. I'm a creature with a wide-eyed gaze. Watching as the world unfolds before me in a split second into something so vast, so full, it would be maddening if there was a mind to reflect on it. As it is, I just feel it stare straight back at me. It's a familiar feeling. As if it's the most natural thing to lock eyes with something so ageless, endless, bright, fiery. Like one wild animal negotiating with another, the stare is everything. All my senses are heightened. Every twitch, every swirl carries meaning. This is a dialogue. It's an exchange, an acknowledgement, a careful exposure of ourselves to the other. And there's joy in it, radiating through the wordless interaction, like the deep satisfaction you get when everything you want to say is at once understood. The dungeons were never about sending a message we're supposed to act on. They're not a code for something we were to translate. They're an invitation to get together, to be in each other's presence, to react to each other, to play. To acknowledge that our world is so vast and strange that our attempts to put it into tiny boxes and commoditize it are ridiculous and futile. I understand the pattern of magic appearing through the centuries. We can try and make the world smaller, but all that volume never goes away. Anytime we think we have it all sussed out, things will just get stranger. And I understand why it's enough for one person to finish every dungeon. Because they're about the act of having a conversation. A single attentive listener who will hear you out is quite enough for that. I haven't had sleep like in Hinterberg since I was a teenager. I'll miss that. Time to pack up my things. Or watch TV.
news anchor. And in local news, Hinterberg's mayor Karen Wagner was arrested last night after a wave of magic destruction devastated the village. The mayor only had time for a brief statement as the police escorted her away. My team and I did everything right. My lawyers are going to have a field day with all of you. The incident has made international news, with other places of magic such as Venice now questioning the safety of their own dungeons. While many of Hinterberg's residents are still in shock, the spirit here is anything but broken. Our committee to rebuild Hinterberg will have its first session today. It'll be a long road, but if I learned anything, every hike starts with one resolute step. Up next, don't take that Pitzel doll out of its original packaging. Analysts claim the little monsters could become the next collector craze. I've been putting it off long enough now. I should go check out. It feels weird to go through the motions with Teresa. Handing her my credit card, watching her process it with that air of professional friendliness. With some people, you can just never tell what's really going on inside. She's one of them. All done. Have a safe journey. Goodbye, Teresa, and thanks for everything. Louisa. Thank you for all you've done for us. God knows what would have happened here without you. It's a shame you have to leave. You've only been here for such a short time, but... well, you should know. You have friends here now. I know. I promise I'll be back. See you soon, Teresa. There's quite a few people here. I should have a bit of time left before I have to board my train. Well, let's wrap up starting with Burlington. Woof. Ah, who's a good boy? That's right, it's you. You're the best. Woof. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna miss you too, buddy. Sniff, sniff. A lot. Just so you know, we are not done being friends. School's over in a couple of months. Then I'm coming over and we'll hang. I'm looking forward to it. When we go to the amusement park, you'll have to go on every roller coaster with me, okay? Thea always chickens out. What? It's true. We were a good team, you and I, weren't we? Solve the case, save the village. The saving was mostly Louisa, though. Yeah. Thanks for that. For everything, actually. So long, Slayer. We'll see each other soon. So, you're leaving. Yeah. It's going to be a while until the dust settles. Until people understand just how much you did for us. But they'll come around. I'll make sure of it. I've thrown in my name for the next election. It's time I pulled myself together and used my voice around here. It's time they finally got a great mayor. Let's see what happens. You saved this village. You really did. Thank you, Louisa. You're welcome. How did you feel the moment you and magic embraced? I've never felt anything like it in my life. That sense of grandness, of wonder, of a deep connection to the world.
There was a sudden joy in the air. Everybody in Hinterberg must have felt it. Probably even Julian.
What are you going to do now that the magic is gone?
Magic isn't gone. You have to understand that. The dungeons are gone. The spells are gone. But magic will always be a part of this world. That's what it's been trying to tell us. Now we have the internet back in Hinterberg. I'll just sell my gear online. I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. And for all of us. If you ever need a friend, I'll be right here.
Our work here is done. I shall head for Venice next. You could come along?
Maybe I'll join you later. Need a break from all this.
Of course. Take your rest. You deserve it. Thanks to you, we know that magic is not a threat to the world. It is just looking for an ambassador, a paragon. I am suitably skilled for the role. We shall meet again, Louisa.
And then, does this person represent Jay because Jay's not here? Louisa Dorfer? Hi, I'm Janice. I'm with Jay Wong's PR agency. Jay asked me to tell you that she's in Switzerland, far away from magic and monsters. Honestly, I'm so glad she's taking a break. I was starting to get really worried. She always was a good boss. It was tough to see her work herself into the ground. I don't know what you did to convince her to take a break, but if anybody ever needed one, well, I think she really needed a friend like you. I hope she gets better. This is it. Am I ready to leave? Have I said my goodbyes to everybody? I guess so. Let's leave. Hold up! Don't you dare tell me you were going to leave without saying goodbye! Alex, I'm so glad you made it. It was close, love. Took way too much time packing all my stuff. You're leaving? Thought you had a couple vacation weeks left. Yeah, well, I'm not spending them here. Always wanted to see Vienna, though. You going to show me around, right? You bet. So what are we waiting for? It'll be an adventure. So what's next? Don't tell me you didn't catch the slaying bug. Because I know you better than that. You're not thinking about going back to that law firm, are you? You're a bona fide hero now. You saved an entire village. Think about that, and what you could do elsewhere. A holiday is an opportunity to get away from your life for a while. Be somebody different if you want. Make new experiences. Somewhere else, preferably far from home. Sometimes, it takes a little time to adjust back to normal life afterwards. My normal life can bite me. Whatever comes next, I'm never going back to it.